and there was an attendant, and now and then he will burn the rubbish stuff. So we go and look for empty bottles, wash it out, and every morning going to school, I'll deposit my collection at Chiame Akoto's house because it was on the way to my school, Kumasi State School. You know what the bottles were for? For his action troopers, led by one Edusei. Tump into a soda, shake it and throw it, boom. Why? So I'm not afraid. But what I'm worried about is the longevity. How long should this be tolerated? And to what extent will it destroy our society? Are we going to wait till it becomes open warfare? Or are we going to stop it now? That is something that we need to do.
We have Akwatia by-election to go for. Akwatia has been in the news before for similar electoral violence. With what is happening in Ablekuma North, how can the state prevent something similar in Akwatia?
That's up to the police. They have the responsibility. Because what did we have? We had Chirpani, was it? We had Etiwa. We had, well, there were so many, including Ayawas, West Wugon, and so on and so forth. So should every by-election be characterized by violence? Dampari, whatever his faults, managed to secure people from violence during the Asin North elections. I think the current IGP must take a leaf from Dampari's tactics and use it. There is no harm in learning from somebody. We are all learning. And we learn by experience. So I urge the IGP to take note of the need to prevent a recurrent episode at Akwatia.
You've been a former defense minister before. This happened on Friday. Some faces live on camera. Our young lady was assaulted. You could see men being brutally assaulted.
Actually, I saw the young lady, but I don't think the guy hit her. He made a threatening move towards her. The young lady backed into her friends. Well, threatening can be reclassified as assault anyway.
There was one that you saw the young man assaulting her.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Another one.
So her eye, her I think it was the right eye, was reddish.
That's bad.
Now, so after all this, we are still being told that the police is looking at the CCTV footages. Is that enough? If we have not been able to pinpoint one or two faces as being the culprit?
Well, if police investigation is going to reveal the full facts of the incident, that's okay. But that it will not be like previous incidents where the police had the responsibility of investigating and bringing out reports and they just shelved the issue. This time, it's not because Howard Kumsin was assaulted. Every assault is an assault. It doesn't matter whether it's Kwekufuri or the president's children who are assaulted. The law must not discriminate.
In fact, there was a man who was brutally assaulted live on television.
I see.
But a lot of people were just beating him.
Seen that one.
Oh, okay.
I saw the Howard Kumsin one.
Okay. Interesting. But must the security concerning elections be left only to the police? Because people argue that had the military been around, the youth could not have done what they did.
No. Using military for internal security is not advisable.
Okay.
The military can be used for more important things, that is destroying our country. We feed the soldiers, we clothe them, we put them in houses. What for? Why is illegal mining going on? Where is the military? That's what they should do. Our territorial integrity is being attacked. That is what we set up the military for, not for internal security. 2 months ago, I don't know whether it was on Mansa Musa's program or on one of our local TV networks. But I said, and I'm happy that my opinion was echoed by Nyaho Nyaho Tamaklo only last week. All you need is to deploy 2 battalions, 1,000 men, supported by 2 platoons of engineers regiment, 30, 1,060 people. And you can flush all these illegal miners out of our forests.
Really?
Oh yes, because they move. At every spot where you clear, you need 50 men to come there. 3 weeks, that's all you need. And that deployment would ensure that these people leave our waters and our forests alone.
How long will the 50 men be stationed there?
3 weeks. They are deployed for 3 weeks. That's all you need.
And after 3 weeks, the Galamseyans won't come back?
No, they won't. Because they wouldn't know that you have to move out. But for the next 3 weeks, you flush them out for 3 weeks, they won't come back.
But if this will work, I'm sure you're not the only one who knows. The army hierarchy may probably know this. Why haven't we done that?
Well, you have your commander-in-chief. Why hasn't he thought about that? If the goodwill that the people of Ghana gave the NDC is going to be dissipated, it will have to be the inaction on Galamsey issues and corruption issues. So far, we've had the Attorney General in the quest for transparency coming out to reveal steps that he has taken to bring certain persons to book. But so far, we haven't seen any prosecution yet. And I don't trust the special prosecutor. He talks big, he talks small. He doesn't know what he's doing. It's a shame. Is he protecting them? Look at the mess he made of the Fiscal case. Look at even the prosecution of this guy from this MC candidate.
Oh. Yeah.
He's never succeeded in any prosecution on corruption. So what are we paying him for?
But he can prosecute. But if the judges disagree with him, there's an extent to which he can perform.
If you build up your case, the judges will not ignore evidence. The judge will not ignore the evidence. But if you fail to present a convincing evidence, then that's what you're going to get from the judgment.
So you believe he's not been able to build his case as well?
No, I don't think so. He's building his case as well. He talks too much.
What would be your advice then?
That's my advice. Talk less, do more.
Interesting. So with the Galamsey, you don't agree with people who say shoot to kill is option. You think that deploy the men 3 weeks, they would do it. Deploy 2 battalions, 1,000 men of infantry, and flush them out of the place. If this government is not able to do it, will you be disappointed? Yes, I would be. Because it was an electoral promise. And you can't take Ghanaians for a ride. Akufo-Addo didn't care. So you don't
say that Ghanaians don't care about your administration, whether you fight Galamsey or not. If he doesn't solve the Galamsey problem, 208, the Ghanaian people will vote NDC out. I'm telling you.
You mean 2028?
Yeah, 2028.
But the Akufo-Addo, you say, didn't care. Also instituted...
He was a fascist. He didn't care.
Oh, so what he was doing was for nothing?
Well, what did he do?
He deployed military to go...
When people at the Jubilee House were directly involved in Galamsey, and just this morning I read that an MC in the Ashanti region also has taken the drip equipment to go and do Galamsey. So far, there is no response from this man. But what is the presidency doing? First of all, he's stealing, because to be a thief is to take possession of another man's property without his authority, with the intention of using it. And he's using it for illegal purposes, if it is true. Then there is this allegation against a regional chairman of the NDC in the Western region.
Okay, so a constituency chairman.
Constituency chairman.
Yes, please.
Why? And yet you promised the people of Ghana that you were going to uproot Galamsey. These people are killing us slowly. Right now, if you're drinking water, you are scared. The food that you eat, you are scared. Whether it's not contaminated by metals. This is an assault on our territorial integrity. And that's the job for the army. 1,000 men, 2 battalions, flush them out. If necessary, shoot to kill. Because they are killing us.
Are we against the human rights?
What human rights? Are they observing the human rights of 32 million Ghanaians? These people, are they observing it? Do they care? Look at the devastation that they are doing to our forests. And they should not have an excuse that I'm only a worker and I work for somebody. During Akufo-Addo's time, we saw clips of people brazenly saying, Galamsey, what kind of behavior is this? The average Ghanaian only understands buga buga.
But at least in this government, 6 months, they've launched the Blue Water Initiative.
What Blue Water? 6 months is long enough. 6 months is long enough.
And they've launched the Blue Initiative. They're now saying that Gold Board is the only entity in charge of buying gold. Are these not the right steps?
Well, these are recommendable policies. But stop the Galamsey. Stop the illegal mining. Stop the damage to our waters and our forests. That is of prime importance. Because whatever policy measures and programs you have put in place will not yield the requisite results if you don't stop the Galamsey and the wanton destruction of our environment.
Would you support people who say, declare the state of emergency and let's deal with this?
I'm sure they are right. What damage would the declaration of a state of emergency cause the government? Or foreign investment or local investment? What damage? We are not going to issue a perpetual state of emergency. And the state of emergency need not cover even the whole territory. You say the forest reserves and our waters are no-go areas for all kinds of people, unless authorized. Forestry officers will be authorized to enter. They are outside the bound. Anybody else found there must be prosecuted. And I thought President Mahama said that any MC or DC whose area or district is found to be entertaining Galamsey will be dismissed instantly. So all these discoveries of people engaging in Galamsey, what has happened to the DCEs? Because they must know. You can't be a hypocrite. You shouldn't be a hypocrite. There is no reason for you to be selective in your administration of justice. That is not democracy. We are all equal before the law. What is good for the goose is good for the gander.
6 months. Do you have a period after which, if nothing is done in the fight against Galamsey as you expect, will you say you are disappointed?
I'm already disappointed in the fight against Galamsey. I hope it's not just rhetoric, that more positive steps and actions will be undertaken. But so far as every day people are discovered, Chinese people, local people are discovered in our forests, it goes against the grain of the government. And I'm disappointed. 6 months is long enough.
That's your party. Have you called them to express your frustration?
No.
Why?
There's no need. We have people who think. People who think.
But you are an elder of the party, so if they are going somewhere that...
I don't think I'm considered as an elder, even though I'm approaching 80 years. There is no event involving elders of the country that have ever been invited. And yet the president knows my age. Last time, I think the presidency hosted elderly citizens. I never got an invitation. But it doesn't bother me. I'm not looking forward to be invited. I've shaken hands with many presidents and monarchs all the way to Japan. I've sat down and ate with the Emperor of Japan. So I'm not perturbed.
Could it be because you endorsed Baumia in the race for the presidency?
Oh, Mr. Flip-Flopper. The man is not trustworthy. He's not trustworthy at all.
But you endorsed him?
I never endorsed him.
Okay.
How did I endorse him? That article that came, I think 2017 or so, says that Dr. Toniedu says there is no economist in the NDC who can match Baumia. I never said that.
Okay.
I said the mistake of the NDC is that they never tackled Baumia to expose his lies.
Okay.
That's precisely the statement I make.
Okay.
I was in the Netherlands at the time, and I said, will you give this man a free ride to spew his theoretical garbage? And it was theoretical garbage.
Okay. So, I mean, aside Galamsey, in 6 months, this government has done, as some people put it, some good things.
Oh, yes.
What's your rating of the government 6 months on?
Well, I rate the government 70%.
Okay. That's high.
That's high. But then I have to factor in the lukewarm fight against Galamsey, and therefore I reduce it by 10 to 60.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Galamsey must be eliminated, must be uprooted from our society. Doesn't matter who is profiting by it.
Interesting. Dr. Toniedu is a former ambassador to the Netherlands. He's a former defense minister, and we're having this chat with him. In fact, he was a member of the Consultative Assembly that drafted Ghana's 1992 Constitution. So, what's your expectation of this government? You've given them 60%. You want them to fight Galamsey, but in general, now the dollar is the cedi is quite strong against the dollar, and what have you. What's your general expectation of the government?
Well, so far, it's still riding the positive wave of the electorate. I'm not the one to gainsay it. And I think he should continue and do even better. Okay. There are so many things that need to be done. Our roads need to be fixed. That one, he has to do it. We have very little money. And this brings me to another issue that I pointed out in 2009 when we first came to power. Dr. Kobina...
Arthur Kennedy?
No. Our own finance minister at the time.
Dufour.
Kobina Dufour was there. So the current vice president.
Professor Nana Jane.
Yes, she was there. P.V. Obin was there. A whole host of other intelligent people and leading members of the NDC. We were at this man's resort, the spa at old age.
That's fine.
Sogakope.
Oh, okay.
A retreat to discuss the steps towards economic recovery. So I said to Dr. Dufour, let's tap diasporan money. Let's tap the money that the diasporans send to their relatives. Open a second window at the Bank of Ghana. Cut out the private recipients and middlemen. Let the money come and reside in that account. Give the depositors 1 or 2%, because at that time, if you have savings in England, you aren't getting even 0.2%. So you offer the man 2%. That is very profitable. Then the government can borrow from these funds, because the condition is that it's a fixed deposit account for about 6 months or so. Less than 6 months, you can continue. And we're talking about, at that time, about 4 billion worth of remittances. We went to IMF for just 3 billion. I think Pakusi Misata then asked me, who is going to pay the interest? And I said, currently you are borrowing on your short-term 91-day securities at about 35 to 40%. When you go and borrow from the overseas markets, you pay 9% plus LIBOR. 2%. You can't pay, you are equivalent over 2%. Now, we are faced with money for this policy of big push infrastructure. At the same time, European countries, especially Netherlands, Germany, UK, etc., are overwhelmed by the migration into their territory. And you have Ghanaians who have reached retirement age. What you have to do is initiate a policy of pension follow the pensioner. They can come back to their country and receive their pension. And that pension pass through the Bank of Ghana deposit can be given to the government with an appreciable percentage interest. This requires a minister-to-minister approach, our foreign minister. Because when I was leaving the Netherlands, I in my handing over notes, I spelled this out, that this would be a good policy.
But the monies are for some people.
Yes.
If you keep it, for example, if my father sends me money from UK and I needed to pay my school fees now, and you keep it, how do I get it to pay my fees?
Yeah, but you see, we are talking about your loanable funds. We are not talking about money that you need for your day-to-day expenses.
Okay.
And every month, the man gets his pension, so it builds up. In Ghana, even though the cost of living is very high, it's not as high as it will be in the Netherlands or UK, because there, electricity, transport, etc., they are all very, very expensive. So, if the man's pension follows him, the advantage is that is for the host Netherlands country, is that you remove the pull factor of migration. As he is there, his sister's son, his nephew, etc., because he's there, he's the point at which they can come to the Netherlands. If it's not there, the migration to those places will slow down.
Okay.
So you have to convince the foreign government that this is the advantage you will get, so that you can manage the immigrants. And you, the proposer, will also gain. Okay. Because the pension coming into your domain gives you the necessary foreign exchange.
So it means we have to help them relocate to Ghana?
Yes.
Okay. At the government's expense?
Oh, no.
Okay.
The man wants to come to Ghana.
Okay.
He has relatives here. Some have even put up their buildings. Some of them, because they are obliged to return to the place of their surgeon every year in order to be a notice that they are still resident in the... Yes, that's cost. But if he was in his own country and the pension is following him, there will be no need for that expensive travel.
Okay, all right.
This is diplomacy, economic diplomacy.
And that's to help the big push.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things this government says it will also do is the 24-hour economy. That's exciting also.
Oh, yes, I've seen it working at the ports and harbors, where they are working 24 hours. But it's not only government establishments that constitute the target. Private sector must get in there. And what is important is that within a year of implementation, you must have results. You must be able to have impact analysis of the effects that they have, so that you can see whether it's a good policy, beneficial policy or not. I don't know whether they have an M&E system. I know John Mahama doesn't believe in my M&E thing. Yeah, but I can assure you that when I went to the Netherlands, the guy who built the M&E system at the office of the president during Mills time is the guy who came and put the missions, passport, and visa application and approval system online. It cost me only 12,000. That included his airfare, the honorarium I gave him, the rent he paid, and the acquisition of printers for the system. When I left, they discarded it and went for an alternative that cost the mission 450,000 euros every year.
Oh.
And you don't own the license. what I did was the license was in-house, because it's in-house built. They took it to Spain, and they were printing passports with it. 12,000. 450,000.
Every year?
Every year.
And the 12,000 was one-time payment?
It was discarded by Yakobochi. Because you can't sign a contract without the minister's approval. And yet when I went and I saw that thing, I said, no way. So I brought this guy to the Netherlands. And within 2 months, he has built a system, robust. If I show you my handing over notes, within 6 months of operating that system, we raised our revenue by more than 1,000% because of the quick turnover.
But this 24-hour economy is big. I don't know if you found a document and whether you think, for what you read, everything in there can be achieved as we set out as a country.
I haven't seen the document. I was not consulted, and I don't know.
But if you listen to the commentary around it,
I've listened to the commentary.
Are you moved by it?
Well, I'm moved. It's an initiative. It's an innovation. And even though when you go abroad, most cities don't sleep. They run around. I used to do nights for 10 years. I worked in the kitchen as a chef Entrepreneurship. For 10 years. That's what I used to school myself, all the way from my graduate studies to my postgraduate to my PhD. And I was working nights.
But the criticism of it is that people say we don't see the 133 as promised in the document.
The what?
The one job, 3 people, 3 shifts.
But if it's happening at the port and harbor overnight, you must deduce that it's not just one person carrying on from 8 o'clock to the next morning.
Yeah.
There must be a rota. And so follow the rota and see the extent to which the workers change their time of working.
Just that people say when we look at the document, we don't see that happening. What we see is...
You can't see it on paper.
They say it's akin to the one district, one factory policy.
No,
That's
it isn't. It isn't. Even though I haven't read the document, I don't think it is.
Okay. One
district, one factory policy. What was it? Just giving money to cronies. It was crony capitalism at its worst.
Okay.
Giving them tax holidays and concessions. And what did they do? Every time they open their mouth, a comfy juice.
Anyway, we're just about wrapping up, but let me pick your thoughts on the Chief Justice and what is happening to her. You've been around too long. What do you make of the current happening to the CJ?
I think she has thrown caution to the winds. Either she knows that she is going to be removed, and therefore she wants a pound of flesh with a suit for $10 million as compensation for defamation. I don't know which court, whether it's our national courts or at the ECOWAS court, that she has filed this claim. Or she feels that she will win and get all the reliefs that she's hoping for. The question is, if she wins, who is she going to work with? Who is she going to work with?
The judiciary is not fighting with her.
It's not the judiciary. The judiciary and the executive must be in sync. Because they are held at arm's length doesn't mean that there must not be any interaction.
Must be independent of each other.
Interdependent, not independent.
Is that how you call it?
Sometimes we use the words and we don't seem to appreciate it. You are interdependent. The Constitution gives you the leverage of how far you can go, but we are all subject to the constitutional injunctions. Everything that President Mahama has done has been constitutionally correct. What is her beef? That her human rights has been trampled on. Which human rights? The Constitution is the one that is defining the steps to be taken. The only point at which President Mahama had the jurisdiction was the choice of whether to send you home on suspension or to retain you. And every legal-minded person will know that you cannot retain a person who is going through such inquisition at post. It will be ridiculous for the Chief Justice to be at post while she is being examined by the Constitutional Committee of 5. So the President did the obvious, logical thing. She said, stay away and let the process carry itself. Every step of the process is determined by the Constitution. And this suit for 10 million, she was the first one who put the matter in the public domain. If there is any defamation, she is the source.
How do you know she's the one?
Oh, the letter she wrote to President Mahama. President Mahama's response when she said, take 10 days, not 7 days. Who released it into the public?
But you can't point it to her.
Oh, she did it because she appended to her response her defense. She appended her defense.
You have evidence that she was the one who did it. It couldn't have been anybody from your press.
No. Look, she was defending the charge of dictating to the former president the appointment of 5 Supreme Court judges, for which, is it Kuku Azar?
Petition for her removal in December 2020.
And she defended it on the basis of the doctrine of res judicata. But res judicata is a doctrine that says that when a case has been carried through process to the point of judgment, the individual should not be tried a second time. It is what we call in common parlance double jeopardy. You are a lawyer. You are the judge. You are the Chief Justice. The law is in your bosom. And you raise res judicata as your defense when that matter was not carried to the point of finality.
Okay.
It's like saying that the Attorney General has filed a nolle prosequi, and therefore all future Attorney Generals are stopped from invoking charges against the defendant.
Okay.
That's how it is.
So the Chief Justice should go?
I am not the one saying. The Constitution says if she's guilty of the charges, she should go.
Okay. All right. With what happened in Ablekuma North, the NDC winning, they now have 2/3 of Parliament.
Yes.
People say subtly, this is something that could allow President Mahama do a third term.
That's
do you think he should do that?
That's nonsense. Okay. That's absolute nonsense. It's the propaganda started by Afenyo Maki that the president wants a third term. That's why he's removing the Chief Justice and so on and so forth. These people who propagate this, do you think Ghanaians are dolts? We are so stupid? We sit here criticizing other leaders who change the Constitution to suit themselves. and then we accept the same thing happening in our country. They know it's not possible. It won't happen. The President Mahama will not do it. The President Mahama, I know, will not go for a third term. Therefore, he's not going to exploit the majority in Parliament.
He's enjoying an enormous goodwill. If he says he's going to go, will you be disappointed?
Yes, I would be.
Okay. Dr. Tony, I'm grateful to you for speaking to us.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you.
And that's been our interaction with a statesman, Dr. Tony Edu. You can catch this live on this channel and all our social media platforms. Enjoy your day.
Congratulations, Multimedia Limited, Joy FM, on your incredible 30 years of shaping voices and connecting communities. On behalf of Republic Bank PLC, we celebrate this milestone with you. Your commitment to excellence and impactful journalism has been truly inspiring. As a proud partner from the early days of Habitat First till today, you help us shape our brand, connected us to homeowners both in Ghana and abroad. And we are truly grateful for this partnership. As you celebrate this transformation journey of 30 years of journalism, thank you, and continue to be a beacon of impact, then, now, and always.
The JoyNews German Embassy Climate Talks train is still en route. This time, we're making a stop at Tema to look at paving the way to a greener cement industry, decarbonization, and recycling. Yes! Earlier in Qatar, we saw how tidal waves victims are taking action, preserving their livelihoods and advocating a resilient community. And in Jamestown, bold decisions were made to champion clean cooking.
WHO is estimating that if you are cooking with traditional methods, that's the woods, every day it's like you are smoking 2 packs of cigarettes a day.
Back to the national capital and to Ghana's heart of industrialization, we converge at the Don Bosco Technical Training Institute to discuss green cement technologies and low-carbon binders, alternative fuels and energy-efficient production. Join us for an in-depth discussion on 29th July 2025 at the Don Bosco Training Institute in Ashaiman at 1 p.m. prompt. Catch the broadcast live on JoyNews at Doom FM, Facebook, YouTube, and X. Let's make resilience local and shape a sustainable future together. Climate Talks. Shape the future.
If I can complete a marathon, then I can overcome any situation that comes my way.
Register now for the ABSA Black Star Marathon, because your story matters.
If I have to sleep with somebody for my rent, sleep with somebody to get a car, sleep with somebody who's going to give me the dress, are you not tired?
Emefa Apau
is Guinean journalist and former Joy FM anchor,
known for her poise and piercing interviews,
finally breaks her silence in her first ever interview
since leaving media for the corporate world. She tells it all.
There's nothing sexier than seeing a young girl intelligent to a fault. In fact, intelligence just turns me on. You people now will say passion does not go to the market. I agree, but passion takes you places that money will not take you.
You're growing in this radio thing, you're passionate about it, and there's a pregnancy.
Ish.
How did that change your life?
This is tough.
There was an interview you had on 2nd February.
When you know your stuff, you can't be bullied.
You were doing well as a journalist, and then boom, you left at your peak.
Since I'm facing my audience on this, I must be frank. It's not an appointment. I did that actually because of 2 weeks before I would deliver, he died. I look at my child and I look at my dead father and I'm like,
people who should be responsible decide to not be. How did that feel?
I won't allow anybody's irresponsible decision to define me, to become somebody I'm not.
The Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park has been named the most visited tourist site here in Ghana, according to the Ghana Tourism Authority. The data reveals a growing interest in this park, and today we are here to find out what has been driving the surge, what have been driving the numbers and interest of people coming here so far. We'll be speaking to the director in charge of this park. We caught up with the director of the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park, Dr. Collins Rollins Nonunyame, and this is what he had to say in terms of the pull factor.
I think the brand Kwame Nkrumah has something to do with it. In Africa, in the world, across the world, in every country that takes any history class on Africa, there is no other name that is more popular than Kwame Nkrumah name. And in Ghana, even though there has been some recent attempts to downplay his role, clearly he has also been a major brand in Ghana. And his contribution to the history and story of Ghana is unmatched by any standards that you can invent. But I think the other thing that has also played some role in this regard has been the refurbishment of the place, the renovation of the place. I think it has helped. Well, people like to hear stories, but they also like the environment in which those stories are told. And I think that the renovation certainly has helped.
Okay, so in terms of revenue, how much were you able to mobilize last year? A round figure, average?
That's a tricky question. It's a tricky question. Well, I can tell you this. We had a total of over 300,000 visitors last year. In fact, 323,000 or 33,000. 323,000 visitors last year. A large segment of it, over 88% of it, were actually domestic visitors. And I think that's important to actually share, because we tend to think, when we think of tourism, we tend to think of only foreigners. We see foreigners and we are excited that we have visitors or we have tourists. But interestingly, the story here shows that there is also the potential for domestic tourism. About 88% of the numbers, 300,000 people that visited here, were Ghanaians. Only about less than 12% of them were foreigners. And so you could see that there is some hope for our domestic tourism. In terms of money, that's always a tricky one. And maybe I should avoid it. But our charges are, we charge children 5 cedis to enter. We charge children of a certain age, GHS to SSS 10 cedis. And we charge adults, Ghanaian adults, 25 cedis. I am mentioning this so that you can do your computation. We charge foreigners 100 cedis. If they are students, of course, they charge them half of it. And if they are children, then it's also further reduced.
He reported that despite renovation works done, there are still some major work that need urgent attention to drive sustainability of the facility.
Given that I am fairly new, the place has had its own share of problems. Again, the fact that over 32 years the place has had no political appointee at my level means that it has also a number of challenges in terms of structure, in terms of a lot of things. As we speak now, we are still struggling with furniture. I mean, common furniture. We are struggling to find working tools for my staff. So we are now struggling to find computers. We have a number of challenges with the facility, even though we just have been renovated. We have a number of challenges with them that we have to get money to solve. For example, if you go outside of this building, you will see that the roof around the building, the roof outside, I mean, kind of almost gone now. That fountain, for example, a part of it broke down. We got the part. We still haven't managed to get it to function well yet. And I have just been told by the engineer that we will need a software upgrade. A software upgrade of about $10,000. I said, okay, but this has just been 2 years. So we've been following up with the contractor to see if we have run out of warranty. If we did, in fact, have any warranty at all on the facility there, and if we do, then have we run out of the warranty already, because it's been just 2 years. And so there are issues there. The roof, as I mentioned to you, the roof, if you go outside, and I know that that's something that we're going to have to face sooner than later, it's almost all gone. Especially the transparent roofing sheets that they used. It's almost gone. If you go there, you can verify it for yourself. Now we have to look for money to do it. The electrical system, when I came here, the electrical system was almost off. I mean, the place was in darkness when I came. I said, no, it cannot be. So what we did was to make sure that we get the electricians to come and revamp and reinstate. But even then, doing that revealed a lot of things. Cables that should not be underground. Many things. That shows that, hey, if we, at some point I told them, hey, we have to cut it off. And we have to cut it off, because it seemed like the more we continue, the more we'll discover other ones. And we don't have the budget entirely to cover everything. So I said, well, let's do it in phases then. And so we've done one part that is at least working, but we know that there are other parts that we need to do. So water, when we come to water, we use a lot of water. I mean, the washrooms. I mean, it's one place that we've tried to make sure that nobody has any problems with our washrooms.
Dr. Collins further disclosed that management is targeting an ambitious 1 million visitors by the year 2026, a goal he believes is attainable with continued investment and innovation at the site.
The one we will see in 2026 will be phenomenal. It will make you forget the 2024 figure very easily. I think that's what we want to do. We want to push the boundary. Can we have 1 million people visiting this park? Absolutely possible. It will require some work. It will require teams of people with good structures, with good tools to be able to do those things. So we are working on those ones as a basis for now.
Some tourists who visited the park shared their experience.
It's amazing, a very beautiful place. We love the environment. We had beautiful people who took us around. The tour guide was absolutely wonderful. So she took us through all the memories of Nkrumah, right from his birth up until when he got buried, where he passed away, and when he was brought back into Ghana. So we love it. It's a beautiful experience, very magnificent place.
How he just wanted everyone to be equal and just to be unified as one. And he didn't really matter what race you were or what ethnicity you were, but if we all wanted Africa to be united at the end of the day, that's really all that mattered to him. I think it's a great place for not only kids to learn, but for adults to learn that have never been here. And it's just a good experience to have.
I didn't know we have a place like that in this area. It's awesome. It's beautiful, nice scene, and I'm overwhelmed.
I came here in, I think, 2002. I had my marriage pictures here, and it wasn't the same thing like today. So the place is improved, and I really like it, and I really enjoy it.
It's too expensive for we the students. If we the students, we must pay like 2 cedi or so, it will be better. But this place is amazing.
He also shared plans of uplifting the tourism experience of the park.
People tend to look at this place only as a museum, but there is a change. It's not just a museum or mausoleum, it's also now it's actually a memorial park. A park always has a recreational aspect to it. So what we intend to also do is to improve the recreational content of the park itself. What are we going to do? One of the things is that we're going to create more sitting places around the park. Places that people can come, relax, sit in the evening, in the afternoon. They take break, they can come here. They may not be interested in the story, in the history again, because they may have been here twice or thrice already, but they can come here and relax. We are also trying to reactivate the restaurant. We are also going to be launching what we call the Kwame Nkrumah History Clubs at the secondary schools and the primary schools, basic schools. One thing you will find on our website very soon is the ability to do virtual tours of the place. To go to the website and just by click of a mouse be able to walk through the park. It's there already. I can share the link with you. It's there already. All we need to now is integrate it into the website. We're going to create the virtual tours and create animation out of them. Okay, have the people wear the VR equipment. Okay, so they can actually have various experience with the man Kwame Nkrumah, with aspects of him. It could be the day he was declaring independence. It could be the day he made this speech here. It could be the day very various parts of him that we can create in animated forms and help people who, if they come here and they want, sometimes when you come, you have to wait for a tour guide. So by the time they are waiting for the tour guide, they can, for a small fee, be able to actually have this experience. We intend to create, at least in every month, one evening where we have beautiful music. A number of the things that I've said now are in the future, but they are in the very immediate future. They should be happening before the end of this year.
As more footsteps find their way here, so does the legacy of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah live on, not just in statues or stories, but in a deeper hold to broaden the horizon of more tourists visiting Ghana.
The multimedia group had 30 years. Yes, in Fie Eduasa, 30 years ago, and at the multimedia group at the Joy FM, I share a Jumease. And 30 years on, and Pempenswa, Yedru in here. Celebrating that 30 years way is not just about Joy FM, but it's about you. Yes, me patch wo I wait here all these years. Moi, money digra and advertisers. Moi, my feedback I would do. What ya be do something pensuri. And then Yanina and celebrating 30 years way. Now the person catch him one say, thank you. Yeah, that was it.
Ladies and gentlemen of corporate Ghana, the moment is finally here with us. Yes, it's the Joy Sports Invitational Tournament 2025 happening at the University of Ghana Stadium on August 9, 2025. You know what to do already, don't you? Just call Slevin on 0540-106-466 to register and be a part of this amazing experience full of great competition, wonderful networking, or what will be the honors to bragging rights for 1 full year. The Joy Sports Invitational Tournament is put together by Joy Sports, the thrill of the game. So which trophy are you taking back to your office? CEO's penalty shootout, male soccer, female penalty shootout, table tennis, unisex relay, lawn tennis, unisex basketball, unisex sack race, tug of peace, arm wrestling, the 5-kilometer race walk, masters 50-meter dash, unisex lime and spoon relay, and swimming. Well, the ball is in your court. We look forward to seeing you, and just make sure that your corporate institution answers the roll call on August 9, 2025 at the University of Ghana Stadium. The Joy Sports Invitational Tournament is sponsored by Royal Suite Limited, Akono Ginger, Ifiwara, Ayuda, Ghana's leading services app, Abako Services Bibre, Game Energy Drink, Feel the Energy, Yomi Yogurt, a nourishing choice, and the luckiest, star 712 hash, luck is everywhere. The Joy Sports Invitational Tournament is put together by Joy Sports, the thrill of the game.
For pupils of Sambonjida DA Basic School, having a teacher is a privilege.
This my here.
2 trained teachers shoulder the responsibility of educating pupils from kindergarten to basic 6. Volunteers like Thomas, a senior high school graduate, step in to assist, but the results are troubling.
So I'm coming here to teaching ABCD to describe yourself to the 1, 2, 3, 2. So that's why that I'm coming to be teaching for my children. A, B, C. Oh, sorry. Let me check. A, B, C, D.
Thomas tries his best, but his grasp of the English language and teaching methodology raises concerns.
K, M.
In one instance, the alphabet L was missing from the blackboard. Worse still, pupils are thought to pronounce M and N the same way, and these children repeat these errors with confidence.
H, I, J, K, N. N.
This is heartbreaking. These children are set up to fail before they even begin. I could not stand by and watch the blunder persist, so I intervened.
There's an alphabet missing. What's it? H, I, J, K, N.
L. Where's L? L is not there. So write the L there. Write the L. Okay, so this is how to write the L. I'm just written this way.
The situation grows grimmer.
Yeah, you get it.
I get it.
The school has only 3 classrooms, forcing 2 different classes to share a single space. Teachers struggle to maintain discipline while handling multiple levels at once.
We are a lot of teachers. The whole school from KG1 to P6, we are only 2 teachers. Imagine, if you compare with me, the KG2 to P6, 2 teachers taking from KG2 to P6 is a burden to the teachers. We have KG1 to P6. And when you look at the structure standing there, is 2 classes in 1, which is very difficult for a teacher to be inside 1 class with 2 classes combined teaching.
For pupils in kindergarten, their classroom is nothing more than a fenced area with blocks intended for construction now serving as furniture. These blocks were donated 5 years ago during the height of campaigning, but they were never used as promised.
The little furniture there, they all like to sit on it. It will be a problem. They'll be there fighting, beating each other. Then if I didn't go there and arrange the blocks, I will arrange the blocks for them to those who didn't get a sitting place to sit down. Then I put some blocks inside the classroom for them to sit down. Then have a learning successfully. Okay. The campaign time, the last election campaign time, that he came and molded the blocks there, that he wanted to build a classroom for the community or for the school. Then after winning, he didn't come back again. So it's the MP who molded the blocks down and it's still lying down. I decided with my staff that now, I even called the PTA meeting. Then we talk. I informed the office, the CISO. Then they said, in case the blocks are lying down, spoiling, and they are not doing anything, we can use it to what? To make a runner pit. Or as we are saying, the KG is not having a sitting place, we can use it to fence around so that they can be sitting inside. So we use some of the blocks to fence the KG that will make the hut for them to be inside.
The lack of support does not end there. The school is not part of the school feeding program, forcing pupils to walk home for meals. Many do not return, further disrupting the education.
Our school feeding, we have written a letter. I've come to the head teacher. We have written a letter a lot to the district director, but no help, no voice coming out for us to help.
The community is trying to keep the school afloat. Parents pay volunteers like Thomas in kind, working on their farm as laborers.
They said they will sit down and decide either they will do contribution, they will contribute and pay them, or they will be helping them in their farms, the volunteers.
Some of our children who are far away and they have completed, they are here, and we beg them so that when they help the head teacher to teach for some periods, then we, the parents, we help them in our farm so that we go and clear some land. We just raise some young men. This is what we used to help those who volunteer to help us.
The head teacher and community leaders are calling on the government to act. They want more teachers, adequate classrooms, and inclusion in the school feeding program.
A teacher is to teach somebody to also become somebody in future. Yes. So if I'm here to teach the children to become somebody more than me in future, and there's no place for me or for the children to learn and also become somebody in future, then how will I be happy? So that made me sad whenever I come here to teach.
Our people in Sabunjira are crying. Whatever is here, we are looking for the government to come to our aid so that they will help us, so that our children will also get shade and sit and remove from the sitting under the tree, sitting under the shade, so that it will motivate some of our children so that they will also learn and go and be somebody in future. We are crying, government, come and into our aid.
Be fair to us. I say again, be fair to us.
Be fair to us, Sabunjira people. Be fair to us, government. Be fair to us.
Basic education is the foundation of every child's future. But in Sabunjira, that foundation is crumbling. For these children, the dream of a brighter tomorrow seems distant it is a call to action for policymakers to prioritize schools like this before it's too late. Emmanuel Jivenu, JoyNews, Tatale Sangoli, Northern Region.
This my hand.
As a Vice President of the Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana, I am thrilled that Accra will become the meeting point for Africa's biggest marketing minds and boldest tech innovators.
The African Marketing Confederation is an umbrella body that brings together all marketers associations or formal groupings across Africa. There are about 19 countries now from South, Eastern, Western, and North Africa.
We also believe that the future of tourism in Africa lies in the intersection of creativity. As hosts, we extend to you not only our facilities, but our culture, our people, our stories. So come and taste Ghana. Come and feel Ghana.
On this note, CIMG and IIPGH hereby declare the 2025 TICON Africa and AMC conferences duly launched.
Exciting times indeed. No need to stress about always using your laptops or desktops to get news on your favorite news portal, myjoyonline.com. Life becomes easy with Joy. We've got you covered. Simply go to your app store on your mobile phone and download our new My Joy Online app, conveniently designed to enhance your reading experience. Watch and listen to your favorite MGO shows and stay updated with our political, entertainment, sports, business, lifestyle, and research stories. JoyNews, independent, fearless, and credible.
I didn't know anything about surfing until I was working with somebody who was having a surf shop here. So then he decided to teach the other kids in the community. So then I decided like, okay, then I should learn.
I shall say, you should start what to board. Yeah, cats back, floating now. And I'm not now. Or yeah, controller, Edmo board. I'm a two in master, a warrior competition and be the man. And I'm there when you're Jay.
It's the Thursday edition of the AM show on the JoyNews channel. Good morning and welcome. My name is Sweetie Abochi, and it's always my pleasure to be the first person to say good morning to you in a day. Stay with me this morning. Let me tell you what to expect on the show. So we'll start with the AM news, and that also contains the business update, where we'll bring you what's happening on the commodity markets and the currency exchange markets. And then after that, we'll bring you AM sports. So the news review segment will come right after that. And today, those who join us to review the papers, Kojo Poku is an energy analyst. Dixon Chiredia is Member of Parliament for Brekum West. And they'll be joining us to review the newspapers, as well as Nanaya Sapong. He's from the Movement for Change. Now, for our big stories, we have a number of them. Of course, the very first item on our order is the mid-year budget review. We'll bring you some analyses, we'll bring you the details, we'll bring you the expectations, and we have a great lineup of people who'll be joining us in the studio this morning for that. So you don't want to miss anything on that. And then on the hashtag No to Galamsey, which is still very active, we want to take a look at the review of lands and natural resources. Yesterday, the minister took his turn as a government accountability series, and we want to bring you the fallout for that. And we are calling it Assessing the Galamsey Fight 6 months down the line, because it's been 6 months since this new administration took office. And we want to see Where are we in the fight against Galamsey, or illegal mining, which is what we should be calling it now, so that the import of what it really is can hit home? And then we'll have the Media Relations Officer for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources in the studio, Pakwisi Shandov, to help us with the diverse perspectives on that matter. Of course, we have some drive-bys, some conversations that you don't want to miss. Welcome aboard the AM show. Let's get right into the AM news now. This is the AM News, live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125, around the world on myjoyonline.com, on Facebook, on X Spaces, and on YouTube. I'm Sweetie Abochi. Details now. The Ashanti Regional Security Council is holding an emergency meeting following the fatal shooting of Kusasi Chief in the Asawasi suburb. The victim, Abdul Malik Azembe, was gunned down in front of his home near the F-Line Community Center on Tuesday. The incident has sparked outrage, with the Kusasi Chiefs Association demanding swift justice and urging police to expedite their investigations. Nana Bwachi Yadom has more.
Witnesses say two unidentified men arrived on a motorbike when one of them, armed with what appeared to be an AK-47 rifle, dismounted and shot the chief multiple times before fleeing the scene. Chief Abdul Malik Azembe, who was enskinned barely 3 months ago as the Kandi Divisional Chief, has played a significant role in peace-building efforts related to the Boko conflict. He was rushed to the Menshia District Hospital and later transferred to the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. His killing has sparked outrage among the Kusasi community in the Ashanti region. The Ashanti Regional Kusasi Chiefs Association has condemned the attack, describing it as a direct blow to ongoing peace efforts and a threat to community stability. They are calling on authorities to act swiftly to bring the perpetrators to book. Naba Wilson Dakum is chairman of the association.
It's very painful. It's very painful, but it's very painful. So that's why we are pleading to the securities concerned, and then the Minister of Interior, since he has already released a statement, they should do all that they can do to let us have justice, because it has ever happened. This is about 6 times that these people have ambushed and killed our people down here. So we are seeking for proper justice. The police will say they are doing the investigation, but up to now we are not hearing those things that has happened. We are not hearing anything. But this time around, in fact, we are just calming down the youth, because it had it not been that, but now they would have even take some revenge. But we are pleading with them. But what they are saying is that if the proper investigation is not done and then proper justice is not administered, then meaning there will be revenge.
He added that if urgent steps are not taken, matters will escalate.
This shouldn't be a delay, because the way tension is rising, if there is a delay, then something must go out of hands. So we are pleading to the police, and then the interior is even the president. They should put their foot down and do what they must do for justice to be administered at the right time. If not, things will escalate, and we, the Kusasi community in the Ashanti region, we may not be able to control.
Speaking to JoyNews, Member of Parliament for the Minduri constituency, Mahmoud Isifu, described the killing as a devastating blow to peace efforts and warned of possible repercussions if matters are not swiftly addressed.
So we expect that the security officers should double their efforts as far as investigating this murder and that of the 2 other ones that happened at the JNE market, at the Kwadaso, and then the Goso is concerned, and get the perpetrators arrested and bring them to book. If not, we are all not safe. And so it also becomes very difficult on us as leaders to continuously urge the youth to remain calm as far as some of these attacks on the Kusase people are concerned. It gets to a point that as a leader, as a parliamentarian, you even find it difficult to continue to call for calm, because the more you continue to call for calm, they think that you don't want their safety, because they feel that they should also be allowed to attack or perpetrate same crime to wherever they suspect it is coming from. And so it is becoming too much a challenge on us as leaders. And so we don't want the youth to lose their temper.
Meanwhile, the Ashanti Regional Minister has called an emergency security meeting with top security officers. The meeting is aimed at assessing the security situation in Aswasi and fast-tracking investigation into the assassination. For JoyNews, Nana Boachi Dankwa-Yadom, Kumasi.
Now, access to critical medical supplies in hard-to-reach communities can often mean the difference between life and death. But with advancements in technology, there is a renewed sense of hope. Since Zipline Ghana began operations in 2019, the country has seen significant improvement in medical delivery, warehousing, and storage systems. Speaking at a media engagement at a Zipline hub at Enum in the Isojaman district of the Eastern region, head of Zipline Ghana, Daniel Kweku-Meki, revealed that the company is not only enhancing healthcare access, but also building capacity, employing over 240 skilled professionals across the country. Kwame Yanka has more.
6 years ago, Zipline launched in Ghana with a mission to revolutionize healthcare delivery using drones. Today, it has surpassed a major milestone as over 8.4 million medical products have been delivered to more than 3,000 health facilities across 14 regions of the country. From malaria and HIV medicines to blood, vaccine and maternal health supplies, Zipline's autonomous delivery system is credited with helping reduce maternal mortality by over 56% in some regions, increasing antenatal care and childhood vaccination rates, as well as drastically cutting down vaccine stockouts. Head of Zipline Ghana, Daniel Kweku-Meki, says the company's impact goes beyond health into agriculture and education as it continues its collaboration with government.
So what we are trying to build right now is a nationwide infrastructure where we can serve Ghanaians across all those medical use cases, but then we also want to expand beyond that. We want to be in agriculture. We have flown exam papers, exam materials in the past, so we want to work in the education space. And beyond the public sector, we also see a lot of opportunities in the private sector where, again, we will be like the infrastructure service provider, and then Ghanaian companies, including startups, could provide solutions in which they can use our aerial logistics and centralized warehousing systems to basically deliver superior, more innovative delivery systems for Ghanaians across the country.
Daniel Kweku-Meki revealed that Zipline's operations have helped save nearly 9,700 lives, including 1,600 snake bite victims, and organizing over 300 blood drives with 20,000 units collected for the National Blood Service. Meanwhile, in charge at the Choho Chips compound in the Volta region, Sandra Dede Ayayi says delivery of critical medical supplies has improved healthcare delivery. However, one cannot make calls in the area, affecting requests for medical supplies and other urgent needs.
For now, they're at our level, and where we stand, everything is okay. But as I said, like to increase, because people are there and we have limitation as at now. What we do. So to prevent people from going further, we have in general, we have to build or increase the capacity of the ship compound. There is a tower built at the community asset. Now we don't know what it is. I don't know much about it. But recently the district chief executive took it up. He asked us about our concerns. Said right now what we have is the network issue, communication network issue. Though our road is bad, but what we need urgently is a communication network issue.
Zipline autonomous system has delivered over 1,000 exam papers and 16,000 educational supplies to schools in flood-prone areas.
With deliveries in Ghana accounting for half of its deliveries worldwide, Zipline believes further collaboration, expansion would have direct impact on other areas including agriculture, STEM education, technology, among others. From Menum in the Eastern region, this has been Kwame Yanka for JoyNews.
In other news, the Forestry Commission, in a joint operation of clamping down on illegal logging in Ahafo, Ashanti and Bono regions, has impounded over 50 trucks of illegally harvested wood and arrested 9 persons. Led by the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Commission, Elikem Kotoko, the ongoing nationwide operation aims at protecting the country's forests. Our Ahafo regional correspondent, Emmanuel Idujemfi, tells the story.
The current state of our vegetation cover, our forest cover, is not the best, not what it used to be. And if the current situation continues, that will mean that we'll be losing all our forests in just a matter of a decade. And it is not only by reason of the illegal mining, but also through illegal logging. It is by reason of that fact that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, in his research agenda, we at the Forestry Commission also need to complement his effort by ensuring that we go after all those who are engaged in this illegal enterprise.
He has been telling me the impact of the illegal activities of these nation workers on national development.
They do not pay any revenues to government. They do not pay stampage, which means that our chiefs or our landowners, etc., do not make any benefit from the illegal activities they engage in. And this should be a reason for worry for everybody, our stakeholders, those watching, the chiefs and traditional authorities. We therefore need to make sure we intensify this exercise, which shall be a regular, a routine exercise.
Mr. Elikem Kotoko issued a stern warning to Ocean Wood Company, a Chinese operator factory in Mim, among other foreign-owned processors, on trading in illegal logs.
When we visited Ocean Wood Company, we realized that most, if not all, the logs that were brought in there for processing had no proper documentation. It meant that they were illegal logs. And when legitimate companies are buying illegal logs, it means they are even encouraging the killing of people in the forest. Because the people who are bringing those things are stealing those logs from the forest. They are killing people who legitimately even own it, but they do not care. And when they bring and you are buying it at a lower cost, then it means you are encouraging the illegality. You are encouraging the killing of our nationals. Meanwhile, when you do this, all the revenue that accrues to you, you repatriate many of the greater chunk to your country. And so long as we agree that this cannot be done in their country, we want to make sure that they do not do that in our country.
Reporting from Bosankro in the Ahafo region for JoyNews, my name is Emmanuel Edujemfi.
Let's do some other stories now. And UNESCO is urging governments to take swift and decisive action to eliminate barriers hindering access to potable water across the country. According to UNESCO Director and Representative to Ghana, as the nation advances, Edmond Mukala, it's proposed to... So Edmond Mukala is the representative of UNESCO to Ghana, and he's saying that in the government's 24-hour economy policy, equal priority must be given to ensuring uninterrupted, round-the-clock access to clean and safe drinking water for all Ghanaians. There's more.
Speaking at the 50th anniversary, the UNESCO Accra Director and representative to Ghana called on the government to prioritize the equitable distribution of potable water across the country. Speaking with JoyNews, he lamented about the growing challenges facing Ghana water bodies and called for immediate government intervention to protect access to clean water for all.
His Excellency President Mahama rightly put it on the 24-hour economy vision. We understand also on that vision is to ensure that access to water, especially for remote areas, especially for population that's still having challenges in even to have just potable water, for their own domestic use. Will have that access, but we want also that access to be 24 hours. The privilege and opportunity, the 24-hour access enables is both in boosting in the economy, in ensuring also that all the institutions, the private sectors and all sectors that are supposed to work to ensure that that accessibility become possible will now be in motion.
Executive Secretary of UNESCO International Hydrological Program, Professor Seydou Alidou, noted that there were interventions underway to ensure consistent access to potable water for domestic use. He argued that treating water quality and strengthening regulatory oversight remains essential to safeguarding public health and achieving sustainable water management.
Including the use of both innovative and scientific techniques to be able to address them, more education and awareness creation, because most of them don't know that these things that they are doing are actually causing a lot of harm to our water bodies, affecting our ability to purify and then use it for domestic purposes. But also, apart from the collaboration, apart from the awareness creation, we also need more partnership and collaboration with donor partners, but with also other stakeholders who work in the water sector to make sure that the right thing is done. And I think the education should start now from the children's level. Most of the adults are already committed to some of these offenses. So we need to target high school students, primary school students. You see that we've invited 2 high school schools into this particular program. They should be able to understand the challenges that we face, and then the future belongs to them, so that they can talk to their parents, they can talk to their relatives who are engaged in illegal mining that causes so much damage to our water.
As Ghana positions itself for economic transformation through its proposed 24-hour policy, UNESCO's call serves as a timely reminder. No development agenda can succeed without securing the most basic human need, access to clean water.
Traditional leaders in Bonomanso are making an urgent appeal to the government to help develop their untapped historical and natural sites to create jobs and attract the diaspora. The call came during the 2025 Panafest celebrations, highlighting sites like the poignant slave market, Bonomanso waterfalls and burial grounds linked to international figures. And Asabit tells you more.
This quiet ground beneath my feet holds echoes of immense pain and resilience. This is the Bonomanso slave market. Historical narratives preserved by the custodians here tells us this wasn't merely a trading point. It was a brutal sorting ground. Captives deemed strongest were marched towards an unthinkable fate on the coast. Those too weak were often left behind under the care of the then chief. It is a stark, tangible connection to the transatlantic slave trade, a silent witness to history. But Bonomanso's story isn't defined solely by pain. Its soil holds other significant narratives. The burial place of Marcus Garvey, an Ethiopian figure, a site deeply connected to the lineage of Martin Luther King Jr., the stunning Bonomanso waterfalls, and the unique Adeso Pan. Yet, these sites remain largely undeveloped, their potential untapped. Nanaminka Amiao II is the chief of Bonomanso. We have lots of tourist attraction sites here in Bonomanso. These sites could be developed into something better and in turn boost our local economy. The chief's vision is clear: transform heritage into opportunity. And the call for the diaspora isn't just economic. It is deeply personal, a call for homecoming and reconciliation. Nana Ikria Bwahima Osua Adiomi III is the Queen Mother here. I'm excited that the regional minister's rep is here, and I'm happy that President Mahama has shown commitment in ensuring that our brothers out there will find their way home. The call hasn't fallen on deaf ears. Representatives from the Ghana Tourism Authority and the regional minister were present. Listen to what the GTA chief executive had to say in a statement delivered on her behalf by her deputy, Eko Samson.
The GTA, in collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, has mapped and documented the site for inclusion in Ghana's National Inventory of Heritage Attractions. Plans are underway for infrastructure improvement, including the provision of visitor facilities, signage, interpretation centers, and improvement of road access.
And echoing the region's broader potential, Ebonyi East Regional Minister Francis Osu-Antwi had his message delivered by the Kintampo North MCE, Isaac Donko.
This commemorative event signifies the role of the Bonomanso slave market site in the transatlantic slave trade, which serves as a hub where enslaved Africans from Ghana. The program is also an initiative to create jobs for our youth in the tourism and creative arts sector.
So the plea is clear. Bonomanso holds a unique key, a blend of profound history, natural beauty, and diaspora connection. The critical question now is how quickly and effectively this potential can be transformed from a call to action into tangible reality on the ground. Anna Sabit, JoyNews, Bonomanso.
And it was all fun and bragging in the Ashanti Regional qualifiers after Osetrechi Senior High School qualified for the zonal and national championship. Despite the school supporters being sacked from the quiz auditorium for defying instructions by the quiz mistress not to cheer during the speed race in 2 rounds, they ended the contest with 54 points and 16 points more than the second-place school, Jechi Pramso. Collins Frimpong has the details.
Osetrechi Senior High School has qualified for the national championship, which is not surprising because everybody will be tipping them to qualify within that particular contest. That contest had already had its own surprises when one school, Pokoso Senior High School, withdrew from the contest because, according to them, they were not aware of the contest date. But during the contest, the boys behind me were sacked from the quiz for over-jubilation. But at the end of the contest, they have been able to qualify for the national championship after securing 54 points.
Oh, when we were sacked, what we thought was that, the morale will go down, but you see, morale is the spirit. So it was within us, and we knew from the start that we were already the winners. We just wanted the contest to just go on. Coming from our school, we were already aware that we have already qualified to the national championship.
They're not bragging. They're not bragging.
Oh, it's not bragging, bro. It's not bragging. Like, okay, no. We don't talk. We don't brag. It's just on the field. We work. We do our work.
Right, so you have other schools coming. Kumaka will be coming. Prempe, Owas, the other big boys will also be coming to the zonal championship.
Okay, so when it gets to these stages like this, that is where we separate the boys from the men. Yes, and we here, we don't talk much. We don't talk much.
How about you?
All right, we are just waiting for Pakoso to take their bonuses to reach about 70 to 80. But it's so bad, they were afraid they couldn't come. So with this, we knew that we were already the winners. So we're just taking our slots in the championship and the nationals. We don't talk much. Simple.
Last one from you.
The thing is not math. We will separate the boys from the men.
Send them that message. We are going to separate the boys.
Well, on that note of separating boys from the men, I hand you over to Samuel Kojo-Brace. He serves your business update.
Hello, good morning. Let's do business updates now, and let's start from the currency market first.
Let's do other news now. And ahead of the 2025 mid-year budget review today, the Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors has renewed calls for government to review some of the taxes on petroleum products, citing the significant impact on fuel prices. According to the Chamber, a review of these taxes could help reduce fuel prices and alleviate the burden on consumers. Dr. Patrick Ufori is the Chief Executive Officer of the Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors.
All the taxes and levies that are on the main white products, petrol and diesel, we expect that the government move the same taxes on MGOs, marine gas oil, so that people don't adulterate or misdirect these fuel from the sell sites into our filling station that you and I may end up buying, and it may have a ripple effect on our car engines. And basically, because when you check the gap between the taxes on these products, there is that economic incentive for anybody who wants to involve in any form of illicit activity. And we're hoping that with this measure coming in, the government will rake in more revenues, and that will even help with special initiatives for our brothers in the coastal areas or the fishing communities as a way of reverse community investment that will benefit everybody, and not a situation whereby a few cartel that run the premise business are the ones who hold on, and it doesn't even get to the fishermen, and yet they buy engine oils and others to blend at even a high cost to them.
Away from that, the Ghana Shippers Authority says it will crack down it will crack the whip on shipper lines that flout the new Bank of Ghana guidelines on foreign exchange charges at the ports. Following a petition by the Ghana Shippers Authority, the Bank of Ghana issued a notice demanding that all shipping lines publish their forex rate and abide by recommended rates described or prescribed by the central bank. Speaking on the sidelines of the inauguration of the board of the authority, Chief Executive Professor Ransford Jampo said the authority will ensure fair pricing in the freight industry.
Though this government is doing all it can to stabilize, strengthen our currency, and to bring down the cost of doing business. And so by now, we all can tell that the CD to dollar, you need $1 is about 10 CDs. Some shipping lines were charging 16 to 17.
So as you may be aware, the BOG has issued a policy directive, insisting that if you go get your dollar from a commercial bank and they give it to you at a certain rate, use that same rate. Instances where these guys were saying that we're not using the BOG rate, but we've been getting our rates from our own commercial banks. You go to your own commercial banks, they sell it to you at 11 cedis, and then you want to sell it, or you want to view price in a manner that show that you are using a rate of 16, 17, which is unacceptable. And so BOG has given clear directives, which I know you have seen, you have read, and we want to hope that they should be adhered to. Now that we have issued a petition and we've gotten them to issue this directive, we police its enforcement. We'll be sure that it is rigidly, enforced. And BOD has clearly indicated that there will be sanctions if shipping lines refuse to comply. And we are also more than ready to ensure that those who do not comply, we deal with them according to the laws that establish us.
And that's it for the business update. But let's wrap up with what's happening on the commodities market.
Let's do sports now on the AM show. My name is Haruna Mubarak, and we are 16 days away from the Joy Sports Invitational Tournament slated for August 9 at the University of Ghana Stadium. The latest to join the list of registered companies is the National Identification Authority. Now, speaking to Joy Sports, they have expressed readiness for the event.
CEO of the National Identification Authority. In fact, I was just told that he just flew down from Barcelona a couple of hours ago, getting ready for the Joy Sports Invitational Tournament. Welcome, thank you very much, Wisdom. Talk to me pretty quick. How ready is NIA for the Joy Sports Invitational Tournament?
In fact, we are more than ready. Last week, Messi came around to train us on the penalty shootout. So I'll be partaking in the penalty shootouts and the e-games, and trust me, NIA is taking every trophy back to here. So I take everything. So in fact, Messi told us how we should kick the penalty, the ball, and everything. So the team, we are all ready. We are training, and everything is done. And trust us, if there is a cap on it, I'm sure when we finish, some of the international football clubs will come and hire us, and so that we can go and play realistic for them.
So, my final question is, it is actually essential. One of the things I've seen here is premium service, card replacement, information update. What makes NIA quite special?
Okay, so we have a mandate to register Ghanaians across the country. We are not only registering Ghanaians, we are registering foreigners here too. And per our mandate, and LI 211 that was passed in 2012, without Ghana card, you can't transact any business in this country. And we've often come out with information about how people are doing photocopying, which is illegal. So we are strengthening our laws, which will make it, we put some kind of punitive measures in place so that in case you do photocopy, NI can come to you and surcharge you and even take you to court. We've enrolled out our online platform, and definitely next month we are going to other regions like Ashanti, Eastern Volta, and the Northern region. So if you have not registered, you can apply, go online, register.ni.gov.gh, where you can fill the form online, you can book an appointment online, you can be interviewed online, then a QR code will be generated for you. You just walk into any of the centers and just take a picture and your biometric, and your card is printed for you.
Indeed, you have been trained by Messi. The National Identification Authority, they are ready for the Joy Sports Invitational Tournament. Are you ready? This has been Joy Sports build up to the Joy Sports Invitational Tournament happening at the University of Ghana Stadium. In fact, they are just close to the place. So they say they are coming there to win all the trophies. You know what? Thank you very much for continuing to follow our build-up to this tournament happening at the University of Ghana Stadium on August 9. We will soon be in your office as well. Thank you very much. We appreciate your company.
Meanwhile, defending champions of the CEO's penalty shootout, IS Evolution Consult, say they are equally prepared for the tournament.
Okay, CEO, talk to me. The penalty shootout once again. Is this something you're going all out for?
Yes, definitely. This year I'll be definitely defending. I'll defend that, and then I'm hoping to even set some record. I'll break the current record of 3. Then maybe we'll decide to retire until maybe that record is broken. So
that's a good one there. You want to retire after breaking the record of 3?
Yes, once I break the record, I'll just pause, and then once anybody comes back and break the record, then I'll come back again.
to me about IS Evolution Consult. What do you stand for?
Okay, so IS Evolution, we are into data analytics and then audit management solution. So we provide data analytics solutions to organizations, to banks, insurance, our audit management solution as well. So if you are into any data-driven business, we are there to help you analyze the data and then get insights out of the data. And then be able to also automate your audit processes. So doing your manual audit here and there, we come in to help you to automate that whole process. So that's what we do. So basically, we are an IT firm. We help power businesses to do what they are doing on daily basis, yes.
No wonder you have a very serious team. Everyone looks so serious. And I'm sure you are bringing that seriousness to the invitational tournament.
Yes, definitely. We are doing that. So this year, we are sure that from the CEO penalty shootout to the football competition, and even our ladies are also very ready to win all the trophies as well. So just expect us. We won't disappoint this time. Yes.
Please come. I want to talk to you. Which event will you participate in? Which of the events will you participate in? Football, lime and spoon, tug of peace. There's also athletics. Which events will you participate? In fact, there's women's penalty shootout. Which one will you participate in?
I'm doing everything.
Who are we? IS Evolution, they make things quite simple, and there wouldn't be any organization out there that you would need to help you render the best of services in terms of IT other than IS Evolution Consult. Get in touch with them and they'll provide you the solution that you've been struggling to fix. I am Muftau Nabila Abla, and this is Joy Sports build-up to the Joy Sports Invitational Tournament happening at University of Ghana Stadium on August 9th. Thank you very much.
Now, Ghana's under-20 side secured a third-place finish at the 2025 Wafu B Under-20 Boys Cup following their 2-0 win over Niger at the University of Ghana Stadium. My colleague Joseph Eyinga Walter has more in this report.
The first half was tightly contested, with both teams sharing possession. But Ghana looked more dangerous and went into the break the stronger side. After the interval, Desmond Offer's team took control, combining flair and physicality to dominate proceedings and limit Niger's attacking threat. The match took a dramatic turn when Niger players briefly walked off the pitch in protest of a penalty awarded to Ghana for a handball in the box. CAF officials intervened to restore order and play resumed shortly. Aziz Musbao calmly converted the resulting penalty kick in the 70th minute, giving Ghana a well-earned goal.
Go for Ghana. Go.
Musbao Aziz struck again in the 78th minute, capping off a swift move down the flank. Kelvin Nkrumah delivered a precise cross, and Musbao Aziz finished with a simple tapping to seal in the brace.
Musbao Aziz gets his second, and that will be his third goal in the competition. He scored the first against Nigeria in the opening group game. And
Ghana held firm to a 2-0 win and secured third place in the inaugural edition of the Wafu B Boys Cup.
It's not been easy because I think we're very disappointed after Egypt. We really wanted to qualify to the World Cup. We had to dust ourselves really quickly to come back and get a team ready to participate in this tournament. I think if you look at the squad, we had only 20% of the boys that were used in the AFCON. On the other side, it's good for us because we gave a lot of opportunity to new and young talented boys, and we showed quality in some moments. Unfortunately, against the Ivory Coast, we gave it away. But it's football, we learned, and today we show that if you do the right things, there's a lot of quality in this country, and we have to continue to work hard and stay focused. So I'm really happy for the boys, and for the third place, a bit painful because I believe that it would have been a fantastic fun against Nigeria, but it's football. So I'm proud of them, and we keep working. No, I think in general we need, on club level, especially for the youth side, we need a lot of elite competitions. We need under 18 elite tournaments, elite leagues in this country. Because if you look at the Premier League, there's not a lot of young talented players there, so it's quite difficult for our national youth teams to develop, because if you go and find players from Division 3, Division 2, it takes time, to polish these boys. But the FA is doing fantastically well, working behind the scenes to get the young boys in an elite environment, elite competition, so that the boys can develop quite well. We also want to thank the FA president for always helping us to go to camp early, because we know there's it takes a lot of time to get a team together. But if you look at the boys, especially second half, you can see that they are very talented. So this group, I think 80% will move on, and the next under 20 will be 2007. So we already scouted, we know the players that we need, so we are happy, and we can push on from here.
Now, Morocco will face Nigeria in the final of the Women's AFCON on Saturday. It's now back-to-back finals for the North Africans, which highlight their steady growth in African football. Lawrence Bedu has the rest of the story.
Morocco, the rise in sporting success is no coincidence. It's the result of a deliberate long-term investment strategy in youth development and infrastructure that's now paying dividends on the international stage. From grassroots football programs to elite training centers, Morocco has been building the foundations of a sporting revolution, not just for boys, but critically for girls too. At the heart of it all, access. Recreational spaces have mushroomed across the country, offering young talent a stage to dream, train, and thrive. These recreational spaces, including skating parks, football parks, and basketball courts, are deliberate strategies for future successes. That investment paid off at the last Women's Africa Cup of Nations, where the Atlas Lionesses stunned the continent by reaching the final. They also made the last four of the 2024 edition. The men's senior national team became the first African nation to qualify to the semi-finals of the World Cup in 2022. The North African side also impressed at the Paris 2024 Olympics. What sets Morocco apart is not just talent, but the system nurturing it. Structured academies, top-tier coaching, and most importantly, equal opportunities for girls and boys alike. With this momentum, the North African side are quickly becoming a serious contender, not just in Africa, but on the world stage. The next generation is already knocking on the door of greatness. From playgrounds to podiums, Morocco's sporting story is still being written. But one thing is clear, the future is bright, and the world is watching. Lawrence Beidou, from Rabat, Morocco, for Joy Sports.
Now in Europe, Marcus Rashford, he says he feels at home at Barcelona after completing a season-long loan move to the La Liga club. The 27-year-old joined from Manchester United, with the Catalan side having the option to sign the England international permanently for £30 million. He is the first English player to sign for Barcelona since Gary Lineker in 1986.
You know, I was clear on my preference from the very beginning. Actually, from maybe in January. But you know, it didn't work out in January, so I went to Aston Villa. I enjoyed a good period there. I enjoy myself a lot, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to play there. And yeah, the summer come around quickly, and again was time to make another decision. But no, my choice was easy. You know, I feel like you know, one is a family club, something I am used to from you know my past, and yeah, it feels like not a.
it feels like home. So, you know, I feel like I've made the right decision, and I am just excited to you know, get going, and I'm eager to play the first game, and, you know, to play in front of the fans, to play for this football club. It's a special moment for me. So, yeah, you know, I'm ready to get going.
Of their pre-season campaign with a 1-0 win over Italian side AC Milan at the National Stadium in Singapore. And that's how we end the sports segment here on the AM show. My name is Haruna Mubarak.
Look at that. Wonderful from Waneri. Gets away from Pavlovic. White with a shot. Always going wide.
This is impish brilliance from Ethan Waneri. Nowhere to go. Look at that for a spin and turn, and here he just takes a swing at it, doesn't he?
Wonderful turn and hit from Waneri, and Terracciano gets his fingertips to that to turn it behind for a corner. Calafiori, Saka, easy for Terracciano with 4 inside the penalty area waiting. Pulled in by Kivior, good delivery. Saka finds the corner, the flag stays down, and Arsenal lead. Ness Arsenal's first goal of the 25-26 pre-season. Confirmation of the changes coming through as Diamond cuts in and still goes. Odegaard spins it in, nodded down, brilliant save. Torreani. Reece Nelson. And Arsenal get a second late on. They would have done, not for the reactions of the young Milan keeper.
It's a pleasure to have you with us. This is the AM show across Ghana's 16 regions on the JoyNews channel, around the world on myjoyonline.com. And it's time now for us to review the newspapers. But before I introduce my guest to you, I want to tell you about Syntex Tank, because let's talk about water tanks. Do you know the secret to real water storage? It's simple. If your tank doesn't have the tortoise on it, it's not the correct tank. That's right. The tortoise tank, Syntex Tank, is a champion of water tanks. It is strong and durable and built to handle our Ghanaian weather. So whether rain or shine, Syntex Tank has got your back. So go outside, check your tank, and if it doesn't have the tortoise on it, it's time to upgrade. Join the Syntex Tank family today and enjoy water storage that's tough like a tortoise. Call this number, 0244 335 168 to either buy one now or find one of 400 agents nationwide. You can also shop online at www.syntexgh.com. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough. My guest joining me this morning for the news review segment, we have Kojo Poku. He's an energy analyst, and we have Nanaya Sapong from the Movement for Change. Gentlemen, welcome to the AM show.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
I'm fabulous. How are you?
I'm okay.
Okay, we have the executive coat guy and the Agbada guy here this morning. I like it. Fugu.
Yes,
it's not
smoke.
Agbada.
It's called smoke.
Smog. No, there was a local name. It's not.
Agbada is different.
Really? It's Nigerian, I think.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
This is
Fugu.
a
It's very nice.
Dagomba smoke.
I like the contrast when they took the shots of the two of you. You know.
I've always looked bright. I mean, you think you look bright?
Hey, all right. So let's get your thoughts for us this morning before it goes further than this. I want to start with you, Kojo Poku. It's been a newsy weekend. There's a lot happening, especially in the Shanti region, in politics. Today is also a very big day in terms of the Midyear financial.
Yes, I mean, I think
so
we
let's
want
talk
to
about
discuss that. I think today is the day that the tie now meets the road. Uncle Ato has been in the ministry for 6 months. He's read the budget. A lot has happened since he read the budget. He's going to come and tell us whether he got it right or got it wrong as with the budget. Then he's going to probably ask Ghanaians to pay more money, which I've heard he's going to now upward review statutory payments. He's going to basically make sure that cost of doing business is now more expensive in Ghana, I held when he introduced that emergency 1 cedi on the fuel of petrol, that was not about the energy sector. It was the fact that the Exchequer, which is the Ministry of Finance, didn't have money, right? And basically, that was something that they brought onto themselves with the much acclaimed appreciation of the cedi, that the currency has gained strength and is the only exercise that everybody talked about but had got no bearings on the livelihood of Ghanaians. On paper, we've heard the cedi has appreciated. In people's pockets, nothing. In the shops, nothing. In the supermarkets, nothing. In fact, things have gotten more expensive.
Right. So while you're entitled to your opinion on the way things are from your perspective, when you say that he's going to make sure that things are more expensive than they already are,
I'm not saying he's going to make sure.
You started by saying that he's going to make sure that.
No, I'm saying that he's going to, in the budget, for what I've heard, he's going to upward review statutory fees, and that's going to make doing businesses more expensive than it is now.
Okay, so that's speculation. You don't.
Well, we'll find out. But I'm saying that I've heard, so we are going to find out today if it's true that he's going to review statutory payments. But if he is going to review, and I know there's going to be new
areas?
It's statutory payments are statutory payments across board. He's going to review statutory payments. That's what I've heard. I don't know how far it's true, but we'll find out today. Let's not take the wind out of his sail.
I just want our audience to understand.
It is what I have heard.
Okay.
That he's going to. Well, that's fine. We all have our networks. I have heard, I don't know if it's true or not, that the finance minister is going to review upward statutory payments. If that happens, it will be unfortunate because doing business in Ghana, but most important, the point I wanted to make is that today, where I said the time is the road, is that we will know what the dollar to the cedi rate is. From the media review, Bank of Ghana is doing semantics, pegging it at a rate that business communities are saying that, look, it's not the realistic price. Bank of Ghana is insisting it's 10.4, 10.5. Today, when the finance minister reads the mid-year review, we will know from the budget what the dollar to the cedi rate is.
We have just a few hours to find out for ourselves. So, Nana Asapon, what have you also heard?
I don't speculate. And I mean, I'm somebody who would always want to have my data information whatsoever very right and on point. Most especially when it's just some few hours when it would be announced. I think that I've always stated that we ought to be able to manage our expectations and also to be able to reduce negative propaganda, because the information we put out there is what triggers most of the instability in our
around the Forex.
And around the Forex. I mean, why would we want to put such information out when we are not so sure? Yes, we have access to, petty and small informations here and there. People try to sell information to us and we try to buy them, but in putting them out, should be able to manage one of these. It is my hope and prayer that the mid-year budget review, the finance minister will not come and ask Ghanaians for more money. It is my hope that looking at the current stability in our system and the successes that the economy is gaining and the confidence that is building up, we would be able to harness the benefits of it, and the captains of industry would also be able to expand their businesses thereon, and then
Which
the
means
government.
You see some sort of progress.
I see progress.
Success.
I see progress, really.
Which is in disagreements with what Kojopoku, Kojopoku's experiences.
If there has not been any progress, any success in this economy, we saw the dollar reducing from 16, 17 Ghana cedis to where currently it is between whether it is 10.30 or it is 11 or it is 12. There has been some progress in that regard. If not for anything at all, there has been some progress in our energy sector. If not for anything at all, Gold Board is chopping some successes. Right. If for not anything at all, I think that we are seeing some elements of confidence, even from the foreign investors. Okay. And so, I mean, the finance minister has done well. It is left with us to support him. It is left with us to be able to put some positive communication out there that would actually help mitigate the then, mistrust and loss of confidence.
All right.
That we can do.
Quickly, look, I don't do propaganda.
Okay.
One of the I will say that one of the astute journalists that this institution has produced is a guy called Novan Hayford. Okay. You know Novan, right? Novan has a podcast. Novan has a platform where he puts information out there. Novan Reports, yes. This morning, Midyear budget review. Ghanaians to pay, as government proposed, 30 to 40% hike in statutory fees and payments. On Novan. Hold on. Don't let him sit there and saying that I pay or do propaganda. I don't. Novan has reported it, and Novan is 95% right at the time. So look, it's a few hours away. Call me and give me my stone if I'm right. I don't want you, but you've said that I don't know what I'm talking about. So call me and give me my stone.
This is what I think, right?
No, call me and give me. No, but you did. You did it more words than that. Call me and give me my stone if I'm right. It's just as simple as that. But you see, you did not know. Don't say that I'm doing propaganda. If Novan has reported it, he's 95% right all the time. If the minister goes and put 30 to 40% hike on statutory payment, call me and give me my stone.
Can I just make this suggestion? That you're entitled to your opinion, and I hear you, but we do have a few hours to find out.
I know, so I'm saying that. That's why I'm saying that when I'm right, he should call me and give me my stone.
Okay, but he didn't also say that you're doing.
No, he said that.
Speculate.
No, he said no. Please, and I said I don't. Let's move on. Titi, let's move on. It's not a problem.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we both of you have different experiences of how the first 6 months of this administration has gone. So it's okay. Even though two siblings are the same parent. The Daily Graphic has these stories on the front page. Supreme Court rules in favor of Nitakite Kuchuru II. Governments to introduce new anti-witchcraft bill, a new one in Parliament. I thought there was one that was already passed. Anyway, stop funding foreign degrees, channel money into local universities. Professor Awandari advocates. And former NPA boss, others plead not guilty on that alleged 280 million Ghana Cedi extortion scheme. And so they've been granted a bill with 14 million Ghana Cedi bill. So let me start from the story about the call to stop funding foreign degrees. We know that recently there were some students who were stranded in some universities, especially in the UK, and some of them were even asked to leave the country because their fees were not paid, because they were on government scholarships and so on and so forth. Now, this call that is coming from this professor is saying that government should stop paying hundreds of thousands of dollars as scholarships for students to study universities abroad. And he's a Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs of the University of Ghana. He said instead, those funds should be rechanneled into local universities which had better systems for identifying good and needy students to disburse those funds to them. Is that something you subscribe to?
100%.
Let's hear it. Elaborate
100%.
Yeah.
Look, the money that we spend for all these students to go out and do these masters and humanity courses and all these things that we do is unfortunate. You go to KNUST and you look at what they do, and you look at some of the professional courses being offered around the country. I would have expected government to use some of that money into research and for some of these masters and all these scholarship that is paid to go towards that. It's very, very unfortunate.
But there are some programs that we don't, not just some programs, there are some technical courses that we don't, I don't know. I don't know
exactly.
University here right now that's talking about advanced AI, that's teaching AI, and it's the fourth industrial revolution.
Have you seen anybody go out of the country to learn advanced AI? This problem comes but you are taking it out of work.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that, look, if the government or the Ministry of Education feels that there are courses not being offered in Ghana, and you are going to sponsor Ghanaians to go outside to do these scholarships, right? To sponsor them in scholarship to go and do these courses. Why not use that money to get institutions to start them in Ghana? That's the point that the lecturer or the chancellor is trying to put out there. The point I am making is that we do not fund research in Ghana. Look, I believe that if somebody has money to go out and do first degree, that's fine. Unless it's a first degree course that is not being offered in Ghana, which is very strange to find in Ghana today, a first degree course that's not being done in Ghana. But if it's a professional course, which is a postgraduate course, maybe in a specialist area that we don't have, then I subscribe to the fact that after first degree, let's send that person, because we did that a lot. We sent people to Russia to specialize in certain areas to come in, and they basically became the trainers of the trainers who train the people, right? So my point, and I'm backing the call by the provost, is that first degree for me is a no-no, right? Why are we sending people out for first degree? We have all the institutions, we don't fund them enough, we don't give them the necessary money for research. We should do that, spend more money in the universities for research, especially KNUST, where they have the know-how, but they don't have the money to go into research.
Okay. Point made, thank you. And it's a good time to welcome the Member of Parliament for Brekum West into the conversation. And thank you for joining us, Mr. Dixon Chredria. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll come back to you after I go to Nana Osapon for his comments on the story. So the Pro-Vice Chancellor, University of Ghana, is saying that we should channel money into local universities and stop funding foreign degrees. Nana Osapon, I want to hear your thoughts on this.
Sweetie, thank you. I have been an advocate of this particular, call. I'm somebody who I've actually been against even the payment of research allowances to lecturers when they are not even able to prove the research they have done in that particular year. And, sweetie, as you said, why should somebody leave the shores of Ghana to London, to the United States of America, to go and read commerce, to go and read economics, programs in business administration, when we have almost all the top professors in this country who are able to teach it in our universities? Why should somebody leave the shores of this country to go and study something in sociology? I mean, I honestly do not get it. If we are going out there to study, it should be a program that we do not find in this country. And listen, if we are able to channel even half of the amount we spend on individual students who go on scholarship to foreign countries to study programs that we have here into our educational infrastructure, so we will not be here today. We would have the best of infrastructure to support. I tell you this, you know that there are some institutions or schools in this country that has more foreign students from other African countries than the Ghanaian students. Currently, there is a program ongoing in one of our institutions, and out of the 97 students that are there, about 60 of them or so, almost 60, are foreign students from other African countries. I think they are from about 15 other African countries. You understand?
Okay.
And they are here to study.
So
why? Because the infrastructure is
Kojo
there.
Poku.
Yes.
But the question I wanted to ask Kojo is, both of you, really, sometimes studying abroad, it's not just about the program. It's if you're leaving a developing country to a developed country to study something there. No, let me just introduce another angle.
No, I know. The exposure...
You just can't agree.
The exposure you want to talk about.
Yeah.
The exposure you want to talk about. We have it right here in this.
Okay, I'm happy to listen to when I make my point. So what I'm saying is...
Let me say this.
Sometimes the experiences you gather from even observing how they practice, or you use an example like sociology, right? The way we approach that here is different from what they do there. I'm saying, is it not of any significance to us as a country, as a people, that we select a few of us to go and observe, to be exposed to how they do things differently in a developed country, so we can come and apply here.
If you're taking somebody out there for an industrial attachment, if you're taking somebody out there to observe and probably try to bring back home some additional knowledge in terms of practice, all right, for some few days or weeks, it is very much different. Sweetie, let us not also forget that our educational system is also built around our culture and orientation.
Okay.
And I have stated this for a fact. I said that, listen, you cannot go and build up. When you go to the malls that we have, you will notice that. See, the way they do business is actually even different from the way we do business when we go to our Makola system.
Pause for me for a second. Let me hear the thoughts of...
that is an unsafe land.
Because, no. Because,
but then I have not even spoken. You want to take all the time. And meanwhile, I have something to say. You want to take all the time. The question he asked was for the two of us. No, but I'm happy to let you speak. But he wants to stop you from speaking.
Probably you would be happy. You would be happy if I even go off the program.
Well, that's fine. I mean,
maybe you both agree. So I just want to.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree with what he said on that point. But it's okay. Let Honorable
Let's listen to the legislator.
Yes. At the moment, the Minister of Education is shepherding a bill. It is at the consideration stage. That is Scholarship Authority Bill 2025. I'm very confident by tomorrow it will be passed into law. And what that does is going to significantly reduce the number of people awarded scholarship. In fact, by the Act, only few, as you've all agreed, very limited courses that are not run in the country, or those that are run here, but we don't have the resources. But in most cases, very limited, and mostly postgraduates. So we are currently at the consideration stage. We've done the first reading, second reading, and massive stakeholder consultation. In fact, we would have passed it on Monday, but the minister decided to engage further, engage CSOs, and how to get this done right. And if this bill passes, that will be the first time in over 60 years. Because since independence, Scholarship Secretariat has always been under the ambit of the presidency. But now it's becoming a full authority with the Act regulating how scholarships are going to be awarded. So I do not agree under the authority. But I do not.
But the authority will be under who?
Independent authority.
No, but it has to be under. It has to be under a sector.
Ministry of Education.
Okay. It has to be Ministry of Education. Yes. So it's being moved from the presidency to Ministry of Education.
It is under the presidency. In fact, since independence,
so the authority is moved under
the office of the president. But now it is going to be under the Ministry of Education. That is why the minister is the one shepherding that bill, and that will reduce the number of people awarded scholarships to go out there. As we are all saying, maybe a first degree marketing, when we have all the facilities here, we have institutions, but there are some courses, like you were alluding to, a few of them that we don't have the technology. So whilst we fund few people to go there, then at the same time, we also resource our institutions. So all of a sudden, we cannot get up tomorrow and say we are no more funding people, but we will continue to limit the number of people we fund to the point about 99% of our people could be trained in the country. So I agree in part with what Professor Awandare is saying, but I also disagree that we cannot stop all of a sudden. There should be mechanisms in place to eventually wean ourselves from always sponsoring many people. If you look at university in, is it Minnesota or Minnesota.
Yeah.
That's over 180 people in one school from Ghana. And they have up to now.
So, I mean,
over $3.6 million in arrears.
There is another one in England.
That can do a lot for our education sector.
That's the question I want to get to. In terms of retooling, where is the money going? Because if you're just trying to cut down costs, Are you just trying to cut down costs, or you're trying to streamline the entire scholarship
system? Down costs and invest in our local education.
So you're going to
that's exactly what this government is doing. Yes, and if you listen to the minister yesterday when he inaugurated Accra Technical University, that is exactly the direction we are going. That is why first the government has uncapped Get Fund. So all monies accrued to the fund will go directly into education-related areas. And I think that is very significant. So if you read from the papers, capitation grant that has been in arrears for the past almost 3 years, since 2023, have all been cleared. As a result of the uncapping, more money will be going to Get Fund, more investment will be done in the education sector. And from tomorrow, emergency release of some 10 million into technical universities that are struggling. So I think this government is committed to providing infrastructure here so that most of our citizens will be trained with the modern technology in education, thereby limiting the number of people sent out there and rather invest the money locally.
Thank you. Then, Kojo Poku, you wanted to say something briefly.
Yes, I said that from what he was saying, you mentioned something about exposure, so that people will go out and learn. Yeah. That is a different program, okay? That's a different program. The Chinese did it. Other Asian countries did it to London, right? That's a different program where the Chinese government will send people, as Nanaya put it, maybe internship, attachment, exchange program, whatever you want to put it. Yes. But it is not true sponsorship or scholarship as you're going to study in university for first degree. So if the government see fit that we need to send section of our population to expose and bring in certain culture, knowledge or whatever, that's a different program. So that is a program that we need to look at. Right. I don't believe that it should be done through the sponsorship channel.
Thank you.
I think just a quick one. You see, we should applaud the Minister of Education, and we should also try to deal with that bureaucratic mindset of the persons in that industry who would turn around to fight this particular thought of his, or his wanting to make some changes at the educational industry. Why am I saying this? There are people who make profit out of this. And so those persons would want to fight. You know, there are some ministries that we have people who have benefited for a very long time. One is education, number two is sports industry. And we should be able, as a people, to rally behind the Minister of Education to implement this particular cause. I think we all agree that Ghana is going to save money and Ghana is going to rechannel it into our educational sector to build up our infrastructure. That's what I wanted to add.
Thank you. So 2 stories from the Daily Graphic, and then I'll come to your papers. One, government to introduce new anti-witchcraft bill in Parliament. And the government will introduce this new anti-witchcraft accusation bill after the earlier one passed by the 8th Parliament had expired with the life of the 8th Parliament, I think. So the Vice President, represented at the lecture by the Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection, Dr. Agnes Namumulate, they are the ones leading this charge. And she said the President, John Dramani Mahama, was ready to sign the new bill into law when it is passed by Parliament. So that's the first story. And the second one, which is the last one here, Mahama Cares Fund gets green light from Parliament. That is the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, nicknamed Mahama Cares. And the bill passed under a certificate of urgency following the presentation of the report from the Health Committee to the House. Quote, the bill therefore seeks to provide statutory backing for the Ghana Medical Trust Fund and sets the tone, sets out the arrangements rather for management of the fund. And we also know that it will be financed by 20% of the total funds from the National Health Insurance Fund. So the question for me is, what is in it? What is in this? Thankfully, we have someone who speaks for the government or a legislator here.
Yeah,
so let's talk about it.
I was part of the process.
Exactly. What's in it? What's in this?
Clause by clause until the bill was passed last Tuesday around 5 minutes to 5. So I sat through. What this bill, now it is an act. And I believe by now President might have even assented because of the importance attached to this very particular bill. That's why it came under certificate of agency. What this seeks to do is to provide specialized care for non-communicable diseases. And by the way, non-communicable diseases like cancer, diabetes, kidney failure, kidney-related diseases, cardiovascular diseases, stroke, and the rest account for over 40% of all deaths in Ghana. That is how scary the situation is. However, the current National Health Insurance Scheme does not cater for these diseases. Cost of treatment, very expensive. So President Mahama, during the campaign, promised to set up this very important fund. In fact, in Parliament, nobody disagrees with the fact that this is a very important bill. A friend just told me from the other side, when we were debating, he saw me at the lobby and said, my brother, this bill, they're fantastic, but the name Mahama cares is what we don't want to hear. And I told him, if Mahama doesn't care, who else cares? That's just by the way. So the bill has been passed specifically to deal with these non-communicable diseases that are not catered for under the National Health Insurance Scheme. Now, let me deal with the sources of funding. If you look at Clause 3 of the Act that deals with the sources of funding, there are over 5 different sources, but people are only talking about 20% out of the National Health Insurance Scheme. You know, with this bill Act, we will require about 3 billion every year to deal with these non-communicable diseases.
3 billion what?
Ghana cedis, to deal with these non-communicable diseases. And let me tell you the importance of this bill. If you go to my constituency, a number of people who are lying down with strokes, people who are struggling to get money to buy their BP drugs, people who cannot afford simple insulin to deal with diabetes. And all these are going to be taken care of no matter the level you've reached, no matter how much is involved. And the good thing is, you don't need to enroll on this Ghana Medical Trust Fund that has been set up. Once you are on the health insurance, you're automatically taken care of. And the funding, 20% from the National Health Insurance, then investments, then approvals.
Investment from what?
Investment, the amount that will be coming to the fund will be invested to get additional funds. Then Parliament will also be making allocations to that fund as well. Then
from where?
Donations, not from revenue. When we do the budget, there will be
so consolidated fund, GOG.
GOG, yes.
So you want GOG to contribute to the fund?
Exactly.
Okay, so you have to be very specific.
I'm listening to them. Then we have donations, and that is one area that the fund is going to do very, very well. Even before this bill is passed, millions of cedis have already been donated. You are aware. Yeah. Individual security agencies. So this initiative is going to let the fund focus on dealing with non-communicable diseases. I've heard people say, why don't you let the current health insurance deal with the situation? Let us be very honest. Even at this stage where these diseases are not catered for by the health insurance, how is health insurance faring? So if you add this to the health insurance, probably it may collapse the system. So we want this to be standalone fund. And looking at the caliber of people who are normally affected, the middle class, it cuts across everybody. To get donations into the fund is very easy. Health insurance is there. Okay, and by the act of the health insurance, they also take donations. But how many people have you seen donating into health insurance? But the moment President Mahama launched the Mahama Cares, even without the act, look at the amount of donations that have gone into the fund. So I think this is very good for us. Probably those middle class in Accra who can afford the cost of treatment may not see the benefit of this. All right. But for my people in Ikun West, they're excited. People are not going to die needlessly because they cannot afford the Medicare for these non-communicable diseases.
So this is
for me, it's a very good law that has been passed by this 9th Parliament.
And you are saying that nobody objected to it in Parliament, and the only concern is calling it Mahama Cares.
Yeah,
now,
so that's because normally when people disagree, we go into division to vote on the bill.
But like a unanimous
it was passed by consensus. So
please pause for me
here. In principle, everybody.
Right. So this is what he's saying. He was involved in the team. They've passed it. I want to know how this sits with you.
Well, look, it's called the Ghana Medical Trust Fund. Yeah. That's the name of the bill.
Yeah, that's the official name.
Thank you. Yeah. Let's call it Ghana Medical Trust Fund.
Otherwise known as Mahama.
You can listen. President Mahama is president for 4 years. He can have a special initiative where it can be his corporate social responsibility, where he can want to help people who are fan of the Mahama space to contribute money. And Ghana being the country that we are, people will contribute because Mahama is president, right? Who want to support his initiative. So there are two-pronged approach. If that's what he wants to do, he should do that. But do not go to Parliament and create a trust fund. Take money from an existing fund, okay? That takes care of the same thing you want to take care of. Before Mahama came into office, NHIL was paying for dialysis. NHIS was paying for childhood cancer. So what's new?
Okay.
Let me land.
No. NHIS paying for cancer?
Yes, childhood cancer. Childhood cancer. Childhood cancer. Childhood cancer. What I'm saying is that hold on. So that's my point. If NHIL is doing, there is always the bar being moved. You can move the needle. What I'm saying is that there is childhood cancer. There is kidney dialysis for under 16 and people old age. So we were doing that. Okay, that was being done. Hold on. Today, if you come in and you think that it doesn't go far enough, and you want to move money, which you are saying that there's going to be other allocations from other areas to take care of these things, because the money involved, only the 20% from NHIL can take care of it, right? If you want to do that, you could have just amended the existing NHIL to basically move the needle further, because we've done some, you guys want to do more, that's fine. But when you try to now put somebody's name on our money to go out there and do propaganda, it doesn't wash, because when he's no longer in power, for longevity,
the act has no Mahama care.
That's fine, but what I'm saying is that if you see in America, the Affordable Health Care Act, the most beautiful, yes, but that is the name is the Affordable Health Care Act. Yes. The beautiful initiative ever in the United States. But guess why the Republicans fought against it so much? Because it was called Obamacare. So my point is that if you want to do something beautiful for the ill, Ghana, you would not know how difficult this country is until you are ill or you have a terminal illness. So I support any initiative to help the needy to afford certain things. But let's not politicize it so that it doesn't get longevity.
All right. Thank you. Mahama
case,
Mahama will die with it.
You raised the same concern yourself. Yes. You said the same thing, that is the name.
The name will kill it.
Let's stick with the actual name.
Yes, the name, because the name will kill it.
Ghana Medical Trust Fund.
Yes.
So, no, I want Kwajo to put
because my grandmother
is a very good law, except that
my grandmother not happy with it. My grandmother who is white, blue, and red. My grandmother who is white, blue, and red. Yeah. We'll go to the hospital and they say there's a Mahama care. He won't take it. I'm telling you.
No, that's not Mahama care.
No, but I'm just telling you. But I am just telling you that.
Wow.
Yes, most people
just because
it's something from Bahama. My grandmother will not. But there are people who are dying because they want to drink Sobolo before taking actual medication because of what they do.
So let us put on record. Kwajo agrees is very good, except that the Mahama case associated with it.
Why do you want to put the words in Kwajo's mouth?
But you see, he has said it. Our audience have heard it.
You don't have to.
We have it on record. And now, Sapong, so these are the two concerns.
See, the name, the truth be told.
This, should I call it a sobriquet of a sort, and whether or not we are getting the funds from the right places and it will be sustainable. If this administration, let's say, for example, if NPP assumes office in 2028,
why would you want to tell me if NPP assumes office when I also belong to a different political?
I just said, for example.
So you could use mine.
Well, for example, if Movements for Change comes,
absolutely, yeah, I love that. Do
you think that is sustainable? The people who are donating because the current president enjoys some goodwill or favor in their eyes, do you think they'll continue to, donate to that fund? I want to hear your thoughts on this.
The name is interesting. I believe that we had people called those who started enjoying the free SHS as Akufo-Addo. And I loved it where Kojo came from. The Affordable Care Act, which was formerly known as the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act of the United States, when the change was coming around, it was known as Obamacare. This helped in propagating that particular agenda. This is a policy that His Excellency the President, John Dramani Mahama, promised Ghanaians, and he wants to own it because of how passionate he has been when it comes to healthcare. And I think that it is because of the number of calls that had come to him. Listen, we have a health system. We have health insurance, which was brought about by His Excellency D. Kufuor. But there are some diseases, and per the World Health Organization's data, 45% of our death is as a result of non-communicable disease, the NCDs. And if 45% of our death is caused by this, what do we do about it? Now, there is already so much burden on NHIA. Let us not run away from it. And in dealing with something that is of greater negative effect on the public, needs a special focus and concentration. And so the president decides that, okay, fine, there is NHIA. Let us bring another act or policy that would specially focus on this, so that we will not have a situation where you will tell us that the monies within the coffers of the NHIA is being used for other diseases, and so we were not able to have money enough to deal with the NCDs. No, let's have a separate agenda for it, so that when the account is going down and we need to go out there and look for more funding, we will be able to have our eyes on it.
Okay.
And I think that that is what has informed the president's decision to actually separate the NCDs, this Mahama Care or Ghana Medical Trust Fund, from the NHIA.
Okay.
And of course, sweetie, see, His Excellency the President gave that indication that from the start, that it is not only going to rely on funding from the government of Ghana or from NHIA. I think that has been established already. There are already NGOs and other fundings out there that has its concentration on non-communicable diseases. And so if you have a special fund, all right, or act that deals with this, then it would enable you to be able to go out there into the market, to be able to draw to yourself and to that particular fund monies that are going to be used specially for these diseases.
What I hear you say is you have no argument against this Ghana Medical Trust Fund, the source of funding, and you understand why they have to take even some parts of the National Health Insurance Fund to fund this. So it's okay.
The problems we are facing in this country...
I'm trying to use the time judiciously. Let's move on to other
they were making noise. That was what took our
No, but you're in agreement. You're not... I think you're agreeing with
aged,
what he said.
We have an issue in this country that has to do with the aged. If you go to our hospitals, those who are actually suffering from these non-communicable diseases are the aged. These are pensioners who do not work. When this haircut came, you notice that the main issue that people were dealing with had to do with their bills, their medications, and these are all non-communicable diseases.
So there's a solution for that.
There's a solution for that.
I want to get into the Ghanaian Times newspaper. I see something on illegal mining.
Yes, it's a marathon, not sprint. We will win it. Honorable Kofi Boa talked about I think during Meet the Press, the accountability session that has been going on, the Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa, says the ministry is under no illusion that the fight against illegal mining is an easy one, describing it as a marathon, not a sprint, and goes on to say other things, which is very rich. You know, when you hear the NDC talk about Galamsey being a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah.
And I, Kojopoku, was a victim of when I said that why demonstrate in Accra, why not go and demonstrate in the villages, right? And people took me on and said, So if you know it's a marathon, why were you sponsoring those demonstrations in Accra? Why were we making it look like because there is all these issues going on, we can get people into the streets and Galamsey will go away? In fact, the bill, the very act that everybody bastardized, 6 months down the line with the NDC administration, it has still not been touched.
As in terms of repealing it entirely?
Yes. Okay. It has still not been touched.
Well, and we have seen, like they've not done anything about it.
They've done nothing about it. The Honorable is here. You can tell me. Let me. No, hold on. And this government has a new habit of certificate of urgency. Everything they want to introduce under certificate of urgency. So if it was that urgent and they felt so passionate about that repealing, it would have gone under certificate of urgency. But it has not been touched. So look, I have always said that the water being brown, the rivers being brown, did not start yesterday. I, Kojopoku, I had the license to develop the Ankobra River. I've been going on the Ankobra River from 2010 till as 2014 because I have loggers on the river where I pick data because we're trying to do a run of river, a mini hydro dam, right? And as far back then, 2010 to 2014, when we get there, we have to beg the Galamseyers to use their canoe to go to where our sites are. So people mining on these rivers did not just start yesterday. But it's good that now the chickens have come home to roost. They now know that it's not something that can be achieved tomorrow. It will take time. And I have said it on this platform, and I think it was on Zoom, that the reason the fight against Galamsey was a problem was that during election, one party will go and tell them to stop. The other party in opposition will tell them, oh, don't mind them, vote against them when we come into power, we will let you mine. And we have the report, and it's going on today. So now, the issue between Efia Schwarzenegger and Sami Jemfi, yesterday, Efia Schwarzenegger on social media brought out a video saying that they went to Obuasi and promised the people of Obuasi that when they come, they will make them do Galamsey. So, look, I am happy that the NDC is now saying it's a national call.
So while you are rejoicing, and you're...
I'm not rejoicing.
Well, you said you're happy.
No. I'm happy that... No, I'm not rejoicing on a Galamsey. Okay. You see, you like my brother said, you like mixing words. Please. Let's never said that. Let's put it in context. Let's put it in context.
Hey, Kojopoku. While you are happy that the... I'm quoting you now.
Whilst I'm happy that the NDC
has come home to roost, I have to ask you because you said you have dealt with these issues. You have begged Galamsey illegal miners for the canoe and all that. What does it take to eradicate this menace?
Okay, so one, we need special laws. Our existing laws does not stop Galamsey. When somebody is arrested mining in the river body or on the river banks, where there is law against, there's a certain meters from the river banks that you cannot do anything. When somebody is found in that area, what does the court do? What is the law? Right? So I have said...
So you think it comes down
to the law? The laws, what is in our statute today doesn't fight Galamsey. Okay? And I have said that. The second one is that today, they put a hold on excavators being cleared from the port. Go to the port and see the number of excavators that are now stuck at the port. You think it's the guy in the village importing those excavators? No. I have said, and I sent to Honorable Kofi Boa, I sent it to his WhatsApp that if you want to stop Galamsey, criminalize the owner of the excavator. So if you do two things, put in special courts and special laws to prosecute mining on river bodies and river banks. Two, the guy who owns the excavator criminalize him. Put laws to basically make sure that if your excavator is found doing illegal mining, you go to jail.
Okay.
It will disappear overnight.
So
yes, no, it's not. If somebody owns it and you found the excavator, he that owns it is not criminalized.
Kojo, I need to ask though. You just said that there are a number of excavators, stuck at the port. Does that mean that signal some sort of results for you?
No, it shows that somebody. Wait. I'm just giving you an example that
they're not out there
but it's being cleared. It's being cleared. The point is being cleared, my brother. It's being cleared. Let's not go there.
You finish.
What I'm saying to you is that listen, there is something being done. What I'm saying is that when somebody is caught, right? You go to the villages. We see my sister Louisa Hannah Bishu out there doing all she's doing. When she arrests them, ask her, what happens?
Okay, so that's the problem. That's your time. Because you speak for the government, I want to come to you last. Nana Asapong, Kojo says it comes down to the laws. What do you say? And as much as possible, let's not do the comparison between what NDC is doing and NPP did. Let's focus on the issue and how we can move forward. Because this is an existential crisis we're talking about.
Movement for Change has always focused on issues. We've never done comparison. And we had stated clearly.
You don't have a record to compare. That's why you don't do comparison.
We laid down a 10-point agenda and how to deal with the issues of Galamsey. Of course, we had drummed home the fact, number one, that for us to be able to deal with this menace, we should be able to go on the tangent of shoot to kill. And we've always maintained that. We know that the human rights people would always talk, but we have always stated that if those people are causing what we call ecocide, which is killing a lot of people and destroying our environment, then they also deserve same treatment. We have stated already that there should be a specialized court that will deal strictly with the issues of Galamsey. We do not waste time on it because our court system, the court is choked already. And so if the president has declared this as a national emergency, and we also know it's a national crisis for which he declared an emergency, then we should be able to have a specialized court that would deal faster with the issues. And those that would have to be jailed should be jailed. Those who would have to confiscate their properties, we confiscate, we auction them, and we use them for other purposes. Now, the issue of whether or not the laws are there. I have said that we had issues with the act. I was trying to get the name of the act again. I just lost it. We have the new environment, the EPA Act that give the president the
LI 2462 is always
yes, the new one that was being
Let me check.
And
go ahead, though.
See, the only problem we have with that particular act is that the president is the person who has the authority to sanction who goes into the forest zone or a water body to go and mine. And we are saying that that particular aspect of the act should be taken out so that nobody has the authority. Those forest reserves, and for now, it should just be a no-go area. Nobody in this country should have the authority, not even the president, should have the authority to do that. And that has been our stand. You understand me? If we would have to repeal this law, there would be a lacuna, because aside that, there is nothing. So if the amendments are ongoing, and now with the introduction also of the gold board, and I think, Sweetie, I was seated where Honorable was seated, and I said that gold board was a good thing, but what was left with was the tracing of the origin of the gold that would be sold to them. I sat here and I said the same thing. But recently I have heard CEO who has also mentioned that that is underway. Absolutely. So somebody holds gold and the person wants to sell. The person should be able to prove with documentations. The person should be able to prove the origin of that gold where he got it to sell. If the person is not able to prove it, then you can't sell. And so that would be one of the major ways of discouraging, because nobody would want to go and invest in Galamsey and will not gain the returns. Okay. So, Sweetie, I think that Ama Kofi is doing an excellent job. I have said it already. It is a marathon, whether we like it or not. It is a long haul, all right? This fight is not going to be a fight that would be ended tomorrow. But the measures that are taken
the programs that are put in place to fight it is what we should be looking at.
All right.
Are they measures being put in place? Are they good enough? Are they programs that are good enough to be able to mitigate the problems we are facing? If yes.
So on that tangent,
on
a scale of 1 to 10, the measures that this administration has put
Absolutely.
in so far, how would you rate them?
The Blue Water Guard giving us the information as watchdogs.
How would you rate them? We have a few minutes to go.
0 to 10.
Personally,
I'll come.
If you would ask me, I think that they have done above average.
No, give me a number. 1 to 10.
I would give them 7.
Hey, Blue Guard.
Now let me tell you. That was why I wanted to list. That was why I wanted. I didn't say.
Sorry.
Blue
So
Guard.
He asked you Blue Guard.
No. You see,
Mr. Chedra,
it's because of this sort of propaganda. I wanted to list the reasons why I gave
it comes down to the laws.
Don't do that.
Nanaya Sapong says that you've done excellent. In fact, he's scoring you 7 out of 10 in terms of the measures that you've put in place. Although the fight is still on, I don't see any end in sight.
Exactly.
Okay, so I want to hear you.
It's not going to end.
I want you to characterize what we are seeing versus what the minister is saying, and the demand. I keep coming back to the demands that were made before you assumed office. You promised a state of emergency. You promised to repeal the LI 2462, but you're doing something else. And it's interesting to hear that you are scoring as high as 7. In fact, I did see some sort of write-up from eco-conscious citizens applauding the minister as well. Yeah, I'll get to it. I think I will ask a word something like that. Yeah.
We look at what the minister is doing. You will really know a lot of work has been done in this direction. You know, the battle is a marathon battle. It's not a sprint. And that had always been the position. You know, when we were complaining in the opposition, we were complaining because we were not seeing action enough. But Kojo himself has actually confirmed that this minister is working over 400 excavators stacked at the port, pending validations. And let us also put it into proper context. It is not every excavator imported into the country that goes to the mining site. Some for road construction and other purposes. And we need to clarify that. So to put blanket ban and say all excavators at the port should be kept, that is also overboard. So we should make that clear. This minister, if you look at the number of measures he's put in place and the results he's achieving, apart from the excavators being kept for validation before coming out, a number of licenses have been revoked for even legitimate small-scale miners who have been identified as having a lot of breaches in the operations. Even the legitimate ones, they're having their licenses revoked as we speak. Over 900 of them are still under review. Dozens have already been revoked, and the minister said at his meeting with the press, over 1,345 people have been arrested and pending prosecution. They are facing prosecutions. And for excavators, apart from those at the port, over 400 have also been seized.
Which disappeared
a number of bulldozers, a number of motorcycles, a number of pump actions. So
Mr. Shedia, so here's the question.
Underway to deal
pause for me for
with
a
the
second.
situation.
Yeah. The cardinal value of the actions that you take as an administration against this menace, illegal mining, is so that people are deterred. People are afraid to enter forest reserves, to go on our water bodies and mine, because that's the threat to our life, right?
Yeah.
So are you saying that the actions that you've taken so far have are they actually giving you that result? Because every day we keep hearing that people are still entering our forest reserves. Are these actions enough to scare people, scare them so that they don't even import excavators at this point?
Absolutely. Because the 9 forest reserves that were under siege by illegal miners now have been retrieved, and they are not going back into those forests. And let me add here, it is very tempting to go along with Nana, they shoot to kill one and all those things. But we should also look at the republic and the constitution we have. If you want to go along that tangent, it means you have to amend Chapter 5 of our constitution That is the fundamental human rights and freedoms. Until that is amended. In fact,
did they amend it
no one is
destroying our water bodies to kill us?
No, but the point is, because unfortunately,
if an armed robber, I'm asking you a question, my brother, if an armed robber comes to your house, would you take the Constitution to court or you defend yourself?
Nana,
I'm just asking you a very simple question.
Unfortunately,
these are armed robbers.
That's why I'm saying it's very tempting. But you know the other side of it. If we legitimize that, what is going to happen is, if I have an issue with Kwaju along farm, people will be picking.
All right, so that's our time. Nana Asapong, I want to know the story. I'm sorry, that's our time. The stories on your front page.
This government.
If you don't stop him, you will talk.
And it is not only about what is on the ground, the optics alone. That government is going after all manner of persons accused of being involved.
The point has been made.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So the stories on your front page.
So it's from Brekum West.
Okay.
In the Bono region.
The story.
The Finder. The new.
I wonder why you are so excited. Read the headlines.
The new Finder.
What does it say?
Mid-year budget review to take place today.
Okay.
That's on page 6. And we have Chamber of Mines gold sales boosts reserves, drive city stability. I think this story is from the Chamber of Mines. They're saying that there is a boost in the reserves, and that is driving the city stability.
All right, thank you. We can't get into it.
No, we are not getting into it, but I think that there is so much of expectations in the mid-year review.
Yes.
And we wish Atoforsen well. It is our hope that he would bring up something that we, the persons, the captains of industry and the ordinary people in Makola and in Kaneshi and in my hometown, Domnase, they will be excited about.
All right. So I'll give you the final word, but I want Kojo Poku to rate the government. What is their score?
I didn't
hear you. He said 7.
No, but I'm very. No, 2.
He scored them 2 already.
Okay, hold on, quickly. Look, this is my land in Asankregwa, Nananko. Just 2 days ago, my auntie went to the land. We were called that our neighbor farmer called us that if we don't come, our land is being encroached on. When we want, this is what has happened to our land in Asankregwa, in Nananko.
Okay.
This is what has happened.
So 2%. Thank you.
2%.
So
they know it is your land.
Mr. Dixon Chedia, you have the final word. And before you joined us, we talked about our expectations for this mid-year budget review. So maybe you can land on that and then we can pop off.
Today, midday, the finance minister will be in the house. Let me so properly announce because I've heard.
Yeah, that's what
we'll be sitting at 12 noon midday today. So the finance minister will be in. The good thing is no surprises. No surprises. Could you relax? Don't expect any surprises.
No 40% increase in such
no
a thing.
Big taxes.
No, but small taxes. But they are small taxes.
Let me finish. And the good thing is this government determined to live with it within its means and embarking on prudent fiscal discipline, totally relegating to the background profligate expenditure. It's not coming to ask for additional money. Okay. On the 29th of March, we approved an appropriation of 292 billion Ghana cedis for the year, and we are not expecting the minister to come. These are some big announcements we are expecting today. And we are very, very much aware of the positive numbers being posted in the last 6 months. Inflation down from 24 to 13%. Dollar now less than 11 cedis per dollar. And all these
so that's our time. So you say that at 12 o'clock today. Yeah.
Quick one.
We don't have time.
I wanted to have a quick bite on the energy sector alone. Last year, 2024, contributing to 86% of infractions and financial irregularities by the Auditor General. That accounts for over 15 billion. And in fact, once Kojo is here, I thought we were going to have a bite
No, let's
now.
Unfortunately, we don't have enough time.
Why they not blaming the girls?
Anytime, any day, any day. Let's come
those
in.
who join us for the conversation this morning, Dixon Tredia is Member of Parliament for Brekum West. Nanaya Sapong is Political Assistant to Alan Sherman, or from the Movement for Change. And Kojo Poku is Energy Analyst. Gentlemen, thank you so much for spending some time with us this morning. We'll take a quick break. When we return, there's more action on the AM show. It's the second hour. Also, it's 8 o'clock. We'll be right back.
Finance Minister Dr. Forestry is expected to present the Midyear budget to Parliament on the 24th of this month. And I mean, civil society have been raising some questions. We've seen inflation being reduced drastically to 13.7%, but there are some concerns these civil societies are pushing government to find lasting solutions to. Now, speaking to the coordinator of the economic governance platform, he's been speaking to the fact that government need to do more to ensure that food inflation is being cut down, even though we see the general inflation being stand at some 13.7%.
Our general observation, as many can attest to it, is that the macroeconomic environment is improving. We've seen inflation declining. We've also observed that the exchange rate has stabilized, the cedi has strengthened considerably. So it makes our imports much cheaper, but of course it also has this side effect of affecting our export, making our export more expensive. So we are asking government to lay down some more sustainable strategies that will consolidate the gains that we have made. But particularly I want to focus on the issue of inflation. I mean, even though headline inflation has declined, if you dig deep down further, you realize that food inflation is still up there. And for that matter, many people are still feeling the pinch of the economic, what they call distress that we have that we are coming out of. So, and given the fact that majority of Ghanaians spend about 40% of their income on food, I think it is something that the government needs to pay attention so that our investments in agriculture will yield the necessary results and ease the difficulty of the citizenry. Then we also want to talk about the levy, that's the 1 cedi on the litre that the government has introduced. We realize that there's no sunset clause. We don't have any specific timeline that the government intends to do this. If you look in our history, it has become the easiest, and I must say the laziest way by which government always tries to raise revenue to address energy sector inefficiencies. We've had the experience of President Kufuor's regime where we started paying the toll recovery levy, and we are still paying it till today. Under the previous John Mahama administration, they introduced the ESLA levy that we have been paying. We thought it was going to be short-lived, but we are still paying it. So now that we are having another levy, we need to have clarity on the timelines. How long is this levy going to be there? So that it does not become a permanent feature when it comes to the price of fuels that we buy in this country. Because you know, when fuel prices increase, it affects a lot of goods and services, and so we want to have some ease in that direction. So you will appreciate the fact that in terms of Feed Ghana, it is in its very initial stages. It is now that government, the program has started, cultivation is underway, and so we don't expect that the food prices would have reduced immediately. What we expect is that for the kind of food that we import, because Ghana imports a lot of food as well, and when the exchange rate
has the cedi has strengthened and it has stabilized to that extent, you expect that the imported food prices will come down and it will ease the pressure on consumers. So we want to see some visible reduction in the cost of food for that matter.
Now, within the petroleum sector, policy lead at the African Center for Energy Policy, Kojo Yaoche, has also been speaking to the fact that there is a need to repeal the MIF Act and replace it with the Mineral Management Revenue Act.
Yeah, so the 2025 budget did indicate that we were going to amend the MIF Act to reallocate 80% of mineral royalties to the consolidated fund for infrastructure expenditure, which we have been fighting for that MIF shouldn't exist. So the point we were making was that the MIF Act should be repealed, right, so that MIF will cease to exist. But in place of that, we are asking for a Mineral Revenue Management Act, just like we have in the petroleum side, to provide some transparency and accountability guidelines on how mineral revenues are expended in the country, so that we are able to track what is happening with the revenues that accrue to the state for mining operations in the country. I think in the petroleum sector, the 2025 budget did indicate that the ABFA was going to be used for infrastructure development. And the PRMA was amended to that effect. But we are yet to see the infrastructure projects that have been earmarked for such expenditure. And the PRMA actually requires that all those expenditures have to be reported on. So the fact that it has gone into the consolidated fund doesn't mean that it shouldn't. So we are expecting more clarity on the sets of expenditures, the specific expenditures that the LBFA is going to be expended on. We also note that the amendment of the PRMA to allow the ABFA to be used for infrastructure expenditure inadvertently excluded funding for the activities of PIAC, the Public Interest and Accountability Committee. So we are asking that we bring it back. We further amend the PRMA to bring it back, because the amendment also did make allocation for 5% to the District Assembly's Common Fund. So if we are able to do that, we can do a similar thing for PIAC to be able to get funding, assured funding from that as well. We've heard also a lot of conversations about a second gas processing facility to complement what we have at Atuabo. And in the 2025 budget, that didn't find expression, but we are hoping that that would come for government to clearly indicate what the financing arrangements are for the plant, and also to give us an indication of what the committee, because there was a committee that was set up to advise government, what the committee proposed and what government has accepted as the way forward.
Budget Ghana, another civil society organization, is asking the Bank of Ghana to reduce the policy rate, which currently stands at 28%, to some 200 basis points. According to them, current inflation stands at 13.7%, hence the need for the Bank of Ghana to consider reducing policy rates.
Far so good. Government has made some, there's been some improvements along, the fiscal lines. Inflation is hanging around 13.7% right now, which is actually a fall from we have which at the end of the 2024 fiscal year, inflation was hanging around 23%, but currently, as at the end of June 2025, inflation was estimated at 13.7%. So at 13.7%. 2%. We see that that's an improvement. However, this reduction in inflation has not reflected in monetary policy rate. Monetary policy rate still remains very high. I think it's around 28%, if I'm not mistaken, and that's a problem. If your monetary policy rate is not reflecting a drop in inflation, then we see that there is an issue over there. Yes. So personally, I'll call for government to, bring in more reforms that can actually tackle this issue. Furthermore, we are looking at issue around cost of goods and services. Even following the reduction in inflation, cost of goods and services still remain high. What the reduction in inflation has resulted in is a slowdown in the increment of prices.
These civil society organizations are asking government to ensure some transparency with respect to its policy like the Big Push and also Feed Ghana, to ensure that various sectors or problems within these sectors are being addressed keenly. For Joy Business, James Ishen.
So welcome back to the AM show. And today, if all things go according to plan, the Finance Minister will be in the House of Parliament to present the mid-year budget review. Now, we want to preview that particular mid-year budget review and also try to have a bit of a review of the budget that was presented in March this year. And to help me do this, I have our lead data and research analyst here at JoyNews, Isaac Kofieje, joining me in studio. He'll be helping us go through it. And then later when we revert, I'll go to the industry players to find out what they do make or how they see the budget which was presented in March and what they do expect of the mid-year budget review. So stay with us. We have a 360 look at this and the impact on your pocket, of course. What is the economy when the pocket is dry? So we'll come to your level, but let me come to Isaac Kofieje and try to understand what we do know of the main budget that was presented and what has been achieved so far.
Well, in fact, this will be the first budget review of the second stanza of President John Dramani Mahama, and his Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiola Tuforsen, will be in Parliament to present the mid-year budget review. And in fact, the biggest question people are asking is whether he will ask for supplementary budget, which means is he going to ask for more money or is he going to stick with the projections he made in the main 2025 budget that was read in March of this year. But we have, some key expectations and areas that we are actually hoping that the Finance Minister will touch on today when reading the mid-year budget review. Of course, we'll be showing you all the numbers, what he reported in March, and we'll try and do some analysis how far he has come. And in fact, during his vetting, he said that his core mandate or his core vision is to stabilize prices, bring down the exchange rate, make exchange rate very stable, and then also create jobs. Currently, there is enough data to support that the first two have been achieved, which means bringing down inflation. We know it was over 20%. Now we are talking about 13.7% as of June 2025. And if you look at the exchange rate situation, they actually inherited an exchange rate of somewhere around 14 cities, 70%, nearly 15 cities. Now we are talking about an exchange rate of $1 to 10 cedis, somewhere 40% or 10 cedis, 45 pesos. So that side, a lot of improvement. One side that we do not have enough data to prove what he has actually done in that sector is employment or the unemployment situation. But we understand that the president says plans are underway to actually start the recruitment of some 12,000 security personnel into the military. And the government has also possibly, launched the 1 million coders job. The 24-hour economy will feature heavily today. But let's go through the key expectation. First for us will be...
But before you even get there, in terms of the impact on prices of goods. I mean, yes, as you say, inflation we know has come down. But in terms of real terms, prices of goods coming down, do we know anything about it?
Well, so what we know is that, I mean, when inflation started coming down, the first thing we saw, especially when we saw that stable exchange rate, you know, people saying that people were making their own campaigns that reduce prices. And we saw some big companies even using that as a means to sell. So it depends on how you look at it, but definitely there was some sort of real impact. And if you go to the big supermarkets, there were companies that decided to run promos. In fact, if you go to EGL, Electoral and Ghana were running promos saying that, and all of that. That was simply because of the exchange rate stability and the fact that fuel prices had actually dropped to about, somewhere around 12 cedis, 50 pesos around the time that the 1 cedi levy was actually introduced. But key expectation, first one will be the energy sector. What the finance minister will say about the energy sector will be very important today. Why? Because this is a government that is running a 24-hour economy. So they need the energy sector or the power sector to stay stable for them to run that 24-hour economy. What do we know? What we know is that currently, as it stands now, the energy sector is owing some 3.1 billion US dollars in debt, of which about close to $2 billion is owed to independent power producers. It will be interesting to see what the finance minister will say about ECG's privatization. Privatizing the dying members of the distribution chain, what he will say about that. And then also comment on the 1 cedi levy that was introduced. When he was actually presenting that in Parliament, he said that the whole idea is to help us get money to buy fuel to power the thermal plant. And then also wage bill will be very important because we know what, the nurses are demanding, and government is saying that, look, we want to constrain our expenditure and even increases, cap it to about 10% this year. It will be interesting to see what the finance minister will say about the wage bill in 2025. I'll take you through the numbers. But one other important thing is the VAT system. The VAT system, the COVID-19 levy. Why? Because what we understood was that this government had promised that they were going to cancel e-levy. They have done that. They were going to cancel the betting tax. They have done that. But the only outstanding one that they have actually announced, but they are yet to do the implementation, is the COVID-19 levy, which many have said that even the application of that levy is a bit problematic because you buy something at the mall or wherever, you pay for the original item is about, let's say, 5 cedis. They will add the VAT to it before they charge. They will add the COVID-19 levy to it before they charge the VAT, and that's a bit problematic. The finance minister said we need to actually open up the entire VAT system, revise it before we can even touch on the COVID-19 levy. It will be interesting to see what he will say about that as well. Let's go to the next slide that talks about the other expectations. And if you go to the next slide.
So Kofi, you're saying that after this, we probably have to look at what has been done in the main budget, right? Because I read about the things they said they would do and ones that they've done. The cancellation of or the scrapping of some taxes. Yeah. Of course, we need to let people know which of the taxes have gone.
Yes.
And what I expect.
So I made mention of the e-levy. Yes. It is gone. Mm-hmm. The betting tax is gone. Also gone. COVID-19 levy, as it stands now, it's a promise because it's still being charged. And businesses are really looking forward to this. They really want this tax to go, right? But the finance minister said, you can't just take away the COVID-19 levy because it is married with the VAT. You need to actually perform some sort of surgery to the VAT before you can take out the COVID-19 bit and revise it. That is what we
wanted to segregate or demarry, or they say divorce. Yeah, they were able to do. Why is this one different?
Well, this is a bit different because our VAT system is a bit complex. Where before you even charge that VAT, there are 3 taxes that usually government will charge you before they even apply VAT. First one is the NHIL, COVID-19 levy, and GET fund. Right. So if you want to take out the VAT is a COVID-19 levy is a consumption tax and it's married with the VAT. So you need to perform some sort of surgery to the VAT before you can take out the COVID-19 part. But we also expect him to mention something about the return to the bond market. It's been roughly, let's say, 3 years or 2 years since we did the domestic debt exchange program. The bond market is not really active at the moment. We understand that plans are underway to start the issuance in September. Finance Minister, definitely we expect him to say something about that. And then also we've seen governments receiving good ratings from the international ratings agencies like Fitch and Moody's and S&P.
So borrow at a lower rate.
Absolutely. Now, the question is he going to say anything about our return to the international capital market, where we usually get over $1 billion, between $1 to $3 billion every year to support the budget? But now, many have said that, well, this government doesn't really, they've been able to manage to build an economy that is not backed by bonds, but backed by gold board or inflows from gold. Yeah. So if government is already getting about $5 billion from gold board, then why borrow? They might not even think about the bonds market internationally.
But was it June or May, there was that indication that, yes, we now have the green light to go back to the bond market, but there was a caveat that there won't be reckless borrowing.
Yeah.
They added that one.
That's a key word. Whether, do you need that money? Because at the moment, that's the question.
But from that indication, don't we sense that they will be going to the bond market again?
So usually what happens in the bond market is that governments will go to the bond market, pick up funds there, dollar terms, to shore up the city.
Yeah.
Now that exercise or that responsibility of the bond market or inflows from the Eurobond market is now being performed by the gold board. So why go to the bond market to go and borrow? Okay. And in fact, many have said that before you can even go to the international capital market, you need to tell investors that you can open your local bond market again, start issuance in the local space before you go to the international space. Okay. So you can't just jump the gun and go to the international capital market. They'll say there's something fishy. Start from the domestic space. Let's use that as a yardstick to judge you whether you are still credit worthy, whether your debt levels will be sustainable and all of that. It will be interesting to see what he says about that. 24-hour economy. This will be the first time that the finance minister possibly will be giving more details after that program was launched. The first budget read in March didn't really have a lot on the 24-hour economy because they were still doing the planning and documentation, and also, a lot of things had not come to, in terms of the 360 view of the 24-hour economy. Now we have a blueprint. It will be interesting to see what she says about the 24-hour economy and how that will boost the economy in general. State-owned enterprises.
The 2025 budget promised to decouple Get Fund and NHIL from VAT.
Which they've already done that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Help me understand how different this is from COVID levy. Well, that the COVID levy is still there.
Well, that's where, many said that the NHIL and Get Fund are not as complex as the COVID-19 levy, right? And many have also said that, well, if you're able to do the Get Fund and NHIL within that record time, why don't you do same for the COVID-19 levy? And the trick is that, Kojo, if you look at all of these three taxes, the COVID levy brings in more revenue.
Okay.
So
it's a smart way.
Well, I don't want
to let it hang around.
I don't want to use that word, but in fact, even the e-levy, before it was actually scrapped, government had collected 3 months already, close about 3 months already of that levy, right? And COVID levy is what makes the VAT very big. If you look at our tax revenue, which is usually in excess of 30 billion Ghana cedis, it is the VAT side that makes our tax revenue very big and contributes about 80% of the total revenue we get almost every year. And COVID-19 levy managed to push the expected inflows of our tax revenue to a certain level. Okay. So if you are taking it out, you need to do some sort of math, and that's why government is saying that, well, we need some time.
COVID levy was 1%, right?
1%.
Oh, it is 1%.
It's 1%.
NHIL is 2.5%, or was 2.5%.
Yeah.
So again?
It's still 2.5.
It's still 2.5.
2.5, yeah.
Get Fund is 2.5. Those are bigger than the COVID levy.
But in fact, in terms of the consumption and the people you can actually get the money from, right? The people you'll be able to get that money from is what we are talking about. I don't have the figure off the top of my head, but I know the COVID levy brings in a lot, significant component of our tax revenue. And in fact, government is aware, when they introduced the COVID-19 levy, they were aware of the inflows that came with it and how it was helping the tax revenue to meet that tax to GDP ratio that we have. If you take away all three, it will be dangerous because you have a tax to GDP ratio to meet under the IMF program. You've already taken Get Fund, you've taken NHIL. If you decide to take all three, it will affect the target that the IMF has given you. By the end of this IMF program, we expected to hit some more than 14% tax to GDP ratio. Currently, we are doing possibly less than that. If you take all three, then government will have to answer certain questions by finding ways and means to close that gap. And we have seen in the IMF program that this government says we don't want to go on the tangent of increasing revenue to actually meet the IMF program. We want to go on the side of expenditure, where we will cut expenditure to close the deficit. We don't want to use more taxes and revenue to close the deficit. We want to use expenditure to do that. And we've already seen that government is saying that we will no longer pay fuel allowances. They've cut down on travels, first-class travels, DSTV and all of that, reduce the number of ministers to 60 and all of that.
Travel with the express permission.
Exactly. All of this is a way of government telling, the citizens that when we talk about burden sharing and our decision to cut down on expenditure, we want to take the first blow. And so if you are paying 1 cedi additional levy on fuel, know that government is telling political appointees that, look, you have to pay for your own. But
isn't that where the minority also raised the point that, well, the bigger thing is whether you are still drawing fuel, not the allowance per se, but are you still drawing fuel from the designated centers that
in fact, from? The sources actually tells us that today the finance minister will possibly put in the budget and tell the state how much we will be saving from that scrapping of fuel allowances. He will put, he will give a clear indication of what it will be for the economy, how much we will save. And we will understand whether it is actually worth it, right? When the Electoral administration did it in 2023, they were very categorical in the budget. And they went ahead to state that even fuel coupons, the depots and all of those things were going to go. But the only difference was that was a 50% cut. But this time around, government says 100%. I'm scrapping everything.
I'm saying that the minority say the real one is the fuel depots. Where they draw the fuel from.
Yes. So in fact, it will be interesting to see the details. The details will possibly come in this mid-year budget. But I want to end with this figure because the finance minister will be, this will be his biggest headache. Because usually what happens is that governments are a bit circumspect in the first half of the year. They tend not to spend. And in the second half of the year, when they see things going in a certain direction, when they have actually tested the economy, then they begin to spend. This is how much the government has budgeted to spend this year, 291 billion Ghana cedis, roughly about, let's say, $29 billion, right? It will be interesting to see whether the finance minister will ask for more money, but the indication we are getting is that there possibly will not be a supplementary budget. But he has to work within this bound. Not spend beyond it. Because once you go above this, you are increasing the deficit. And the key question is, the deficit is already around 66 billion Ghana cedis. And the shallow treasury bill market is expected to actually fund this. We are getting some inflows from the IMF, but they still say that our balance of payment gap is a bit wide, and we have to find ways and means to actually close it. So he has to work with this figure, and it will be interesting to see how he will not ask for more. Supplementary budget by staying within this band. Kojo.
If you do, still stay with me in studio, let's do this together. But let me bring in our guest here, Charles Appiah. He is head business development unit at Geodata. Charles, grateful to you for joining us here.
Yeah, good morning.
Now you're a business person.
Yeah.
So let's look at the 2025 budget itself and the sort of impact it has had on businesses.
All right, thank you. Good morning to you and to your viewers. Basically, we are looking at government promise to us through his budget reading. It was clear that he was going to be very prudent in terms of his expenditure. He also want to rationalize in its fiscal policies, and you want to also reduce inflation, you want to also reduce cost of doing business. He promised us reviewing some of the taxes, especially with the VAT system. These are the key areas we want to examine his performance and see how best he has really affected businesses. So in terms of his expenditure, yes, he has been very prudent in his expenditure, and the effect is has reduced the crowding out effect. Anytime government have high case for borrowing, it's businesses that we suffer because the central bank will feel comfortable to lend to government because everybody knows that the rate of government defaulting is very low. So that crowding out effect has been reduced because government has been very rational in terms of its expenditure. In terms of... So
it means that the money from the bank is now available
for private sector to access, to grow, right? And we also want to look at one of our challenges as businesses, the forest management. Anytime there's forest hikes, the direct effect to businesses are capital depletion. And the extra is the capital flight, because when you're not making so much within a certain economy, you want to move your capital out. So looking at the performance of the forest from the beginning of the year up to this time, you attest to how well government have been able to do that. And in that, it has influenced our capital gains. And it has also affected our cost of doing business. At least we don't need more cities to buy a single dollar. Because the city is able to outperform most of the forest, the key trading currencies. So
it's going well for you,
exactly,
your businesses.
Exactly, and in that, it has also reduced what you call import inflation, right? Which also have affected the general inflation within the country. We started the inflation around 23% from ending 2024, and now we are doing somewhere around 13 or so, which of course also give the ordinary Ghanaian that disposable income and also purchasing power. When these are done, it means that there's a possible positive outlook for our economic revamp that we are all pushing for. The comfort is that now the city has gained its value at the store value. Previously, every businessman wants to protect the little gains and thereby converting cities to forests because of the infatuation within the system. A stabilized economy has given the city that kind of strength that today, if we're even transacting business with someone you want to quote in dollars, they prefer that you quote it in cities because cities have gained the strength, which to us as businesses is good. The other challenges that we are hoping this budget review or Midyear budget review will address is the VAT system. VAT has been one of the, should I say, canker when it comes to business operation because of the difficulties, the disparities and the challenges and the complexity in terms of the VAT application. We run majority of our economy informal sector, and you have 2-3 different types of VAT application, the zero rated, the flat rate, the standard rate. This, of course, defiles the basic principle of taxation, equity and fairness within a certain market. So when it comes to the market and there are no fairness, there's no equity, compliance becomes a challenge. So over the period, businesses have been pretending they are paying for VAT because we can't charge the consumer. We use our working capital to do that. The effect of that is that our working capital has been depleting over the period. Yes, government will achieve its revenue target. JRA will be the chance they have achieved, but the dotted effect is a collapsing business. When businesses are collapsing, we don't have a future for this economy because there's no economy without business.
So are you saying that there are 3 types of VAT?
Yes.
That is being used in the...
Yes, we have the zero rated. Those who don't charge VAT at all. We have the 4%, which is the flat rate. We have the standard rate, which is effectively 22%.
Which one is better? Or is good for you businesses?
You see, every sector has its own dynamics. Okay. Unfortunately, the application of VAT has been a wholesale, which, of course, makes it difficult for compliance. So we have been professing that it is better government to understand every sector within the economy, there are challenges, there are dynamics, and look at which solution will best address, in terms of policy, will address those challenges. That is what we are looking at. So we have been saying that to address the issue of unfairness within the system, it is possible we take away threshold within the VAT system. You know, the threshold brings those disparities. If there's no threshold, and we decide to do flat rate across the system, there's fairness.
But the budget said they will reverse a VAT flat rate regime.
Why would they want to do that? You see, it is one thing sitting in office to profess a solution, and one thing getting to the market to ensure what is acceptable within the market. Taxes is about affordability. It's about simplicity. It is not about high tax that you put that will give you the needed revenue. When you do a case, you look at sub-Saharan African regions, countries that are using the VAT system, Ghana's rate is so much higher. But in terms of real revenue to GDP, we are lag behind. Okay. That is an evidence that it's not about high taxes, it's not about high VAT rates, but it's about what will resonate with the dynamics within the market. And across certain sectors that want to see economic recovery, most of them are using either a very reduced rate. For us, we are professing for flat rate because it makes it much more easy for application. Because most of our people are not so much educated. Okay. If you ask of input and output, what is the meaning to that? They don't understand what is input. They don't understand what is output.
It's better.
Very simple application.
All right. Let me go on Zoom and bring in a tax analyst who's also an economist. Eric Amponsan-Boateng, I'm grateful to you for joining at this time because we're talking about taxes, so you can help us, here. Now, if you listen to Guta, they say that they prefer the flat rate regime because that is better for everybody. It brings fairness. What's your own reading of the taxation system we have in the economy, and how can government make it better?
Okay, thank you very much, and good morning to your viewers and listeners. I think that this issue has come up several times. And I agree with the gentleman in your studio. You see, when you make the tax system so simple and easy, most people generally would comply. You see that we are talking about input and output.
Sure.
The ordinary person on the street, does he or she understand that? And let me say that there are people who have registered with the VAT in the same country. We have those on the flat rate. We have those on the standard rate. Okay. And there are people who have not registered at all. So I expect that we will do away with even saying that you must meet a certain threshold before you register and pay VAT. It should be standardized. It should, because you see, what happens is that the person who has registered and is known by the GRE, he is being shortchanged by that person hiding somewhere at Kantamanto, hiding somewhere at Edum, and not registered with the VAT. But when you need anything, you go there, the person will get whatever you need for. Whatever you need. And so what it means is that that person who has registered is really being thrown out of his or her business. And that's why we've always said that the VAT should be standardized. I think sometime last year, GRA mentioned at a seminar that I attended was that what government intends to do, or what GRA wants to do, is to do away with the fact that you must meet a certain threshold before you register for the VAT. You travel, you go to certain places, you sleep in a hotel, you go to a restaurant, you eat, they don't give you a VAT invoice because they're not even registered with the VAT. So Gota has a point, and they are being thrown out of their businesses. And when that happens, it means that they must find alternative means to survive. And that is why we talk about shortcuts, cutting corners with the revenue staff and all of that. You see, VAT should be made very simple. If you put together our VAT, we are looking at about 21.5. It's very, very high. And what happens is that when non-compliance And that is why we find ourselves where we are. I think that this government has started so well by virtue of the fact that they've cut down 10% on their expenditure. And don't forget, it is something that the IMF is telling them to do. And so we always say that, yes, we want to make sure that we make savings regarding our expenditure. But the point is that if you don't raise the revenue, how can you even say that I'm cutting down on expenditure? So I will say that I have a lot of issues with our VAT system, and it is really killing business because you see, it makes their prices so high. And so most people would want to go to a place where the VAT will not be added to his or her invoice. So
what then is your own expectation of this mid-year budget review in terms of taxation?
Very good. Yes, you agree with me that when the current president was on his campaign trail, he kept saying that he would take the e-levy off, take the levy, the COVID levy,
yes,
the building tax and all of that.
The emissions levy.
Very good. Emissions, yes, I have the toll list and all of that. Yes. He's done that. But the question that I would have loved to pose to him at the time was that, okay, if you want to take out these levies and all that, how are you going to get the revenue? There will be a shortfall fee. That is why, for example, they have said that the refund, they have capped it now from the 6% to the 4% so that there will be less money to actually spend. But let's ask ourselves, if you don't spend, how will your economy grow? I said last week at the Graphic Stanbic Breakfast meeting that government is not spending, okay? And so long as government doesn't spend, and government, is the biggest spender. And so if government doesn't spend, there's really nothing going on. When government begins to give contracts and government begins to spend, that is when people will now begin to demand for goods and services. Those that need to import will now begin to import to be able to deliver. And that is where we'll be able to know whether our CD, the gains that we've had now, we will be able to sustain it or not. So I expect that in this mid-year budget.
Yeah, I'm listening. You are going there.
Yes, so I am saying that I expect you must have a certain threshold before you register for the VAT. Every person who does business in Ghana should be registrable. Secondly, the COVID levy, okay, we also expect that to be taken off because it is a promise that they made. But I think that they have seen that they're going to have a challenge because there will be a revenue gap. And so if we are not careful, our tax, or probably for some of the taxes that are already in the system, they are going to increase maybe the rate by about 1% or 2% because they need to bring in the revenue. And don't forget, the IMF is also watching. Finally,
but this is a government. This is a government that says there's too much taxation. There's too much burden on the Ghanaians. That's why you even said earlier that government has tried to cut down 10% of it on expenditure. How then do you expect that such a government will come back and say, even though I'm not bringing new taxes, but I'm going to increase the taxes in the system by maybe 1 or 2 percentage points?
Very good. And that is the reason why, for example, we have the 1 liter, 1 cedi. Okay? Someone mentioned earlier on that it is a very lazy man's approach to raising revenue because you don't have a choice. Everybody buys fuel. And so I am certain that they are going to introduce probably another tax or bring in or increase the tax rate for some of them. And that is where Ghanaians are going to say that, no, you are not being fair to us. So I rather think that they should be able to bring in people who are outside the tax bracket into the net. Look, if you look at our tax to GDP, It is currently hovering around 18.5%. But when you take the sub-region, it is around 22%.
But that is what government sought to do with the e-levy, that it didn't succeed. How should government really bring a lot of people under the tax bracket? We've spoken about this, expand their tax net, but how can government do it?
Is by ensuring that we get what data, especially data on those who are in the informal sector. We see a lot of people running businesses and they are not in the tax bracket. And that is even the reason why I'm saying that the VAT should be standardized. And probably we should even look at if the person has a very small or small to medium enterprise or business, let the person be on the flat rate. That is easier. And then the big ones, they go on the standard rate. And you bring everybody into the net. I believe that alone is going to generate a lot of revenue. And with the prudent measures that the government is taking, especially by reducing the number of ministries from 30 to 23 and reducing the number of ministers. And I think last week, he's even saying that the fuel, look, we'll be able to get somewhere. We'll be able to get somewhere. Okay. So I expect the minister not to come up with any new, any tax.
Any new tax handle.
And I also, yes, and I also expect the minister rather to make sure that GRA is equipped to be able to capture people who do business online. We are talking about e-commerce. Sometime last year, we presented a document, 2 years ago, we presented a document on the need for us to amend our tax laws so that at least we'll be able to get some revenue on account by those who do this online thing. Because you see, the source of the income is Ghana. And so if you're making a payment to somebody who is outside the country, the source of the income is Ghana. So we should amend our laws so that at least we're able to withhold on account from the payment that you are making to the person. And that document laid on his desk till he left. And I think we lose a lot of money due to e-transactions and all of that.
Okay. I'm grateful to you, Eric Amponsa-Boateng, who's a tax expert there. Thanks for joining us here. Let me come back into the studio, and I still have Eric Amponsa, Charles Appiah, who's head business development unit at Good. Charles, with regards to expanding the tax net, we had the GRA here some few weeks ago, where they were starting a system of even getting market women, to pay taxes. Are you aware of that? Have they come to you?
Oh, yes. That engagement is there. But you see...
Is it different from how we want the tax net to be?
It's one step towards that long-term solution. What is very important is affordability.
Okay.
Simplicity. When taxes are made with the people in mind, it resonates with them. Yes, we always use the word imposition, tax, we impose it tax. But if it's not getting you the kind of results, then it is possible you'll be looking at how do I engage the people so that they can give us what they think will work. It becomes very simple for anyone to comply. You see, I made a point that when you look at standard rate, which is effectively 22%, which is higher within West Africa, it makes it very uncompelling.
The standard VAT rate.
The standard 22%. That's the effective rate. How do you get people to comply with this? What is the market affordability? Right? Or what we can even absorb as businesses within the market is like 5%. Okay? This, you can accumulate more by using, even if you are using 80% of the market population to achieve 100%, it is better than using 20% of the market to achieve your 100%. Because the 20%, they are not sustainable. If the 20% people who have been paying taxes are no more, how do you get revenue?
Okay.
And I've indicated already that we are using parts of our working capital to show up for the VAT,
okay,
which is depleting our working capital.
No, but you charge the customers.
No, you see, because of the disparities, it's become very difficult for you to apply tax in the market. Let me give you real life experience. Maybe I'm on VAT flat rate. You are on standard rate. I sell rice. I sell cooking oil. You sell the same product.
Yeah.
When the consumer comes to the market, what he's looking for is cheap price.
Yes.
You'll definitely be buying from me. He will not come to you. How do you then survive? Right?
Yeah.
You are not on flat rate. So you cannot even charge the flat rate I'm charging. Therefore, you will not even apply the VAT on it. But you are a registered VAT agent. JRA will come to you to do all the thing. They will definitely know the sales you have done. They say, okay, you were supposed to charge VAT on this and that. You didn't charge. You have to pay. Where do you get that money from? It's going to come from your working capital. So the challenges within the market because of the disparity make it very uncompelling for us to apply the VAT as a consumption tax. That's why we're saying that let it be very simple, resonate with sector dynamics. If within the FMCGs we can address this within a certain rate, that will make every player within the market to apply the tax. Why not? Okay. The other challenge when it comes to the VAT is the cascading effect, which we've been talking about, tax on tax. It also defiles the principles of taxation. Can we have a solution where we can reduce the cascading effect? Because by the tenets of VAT, every stage of the transaction, you're supposed to apply the tax. So when you come to the FMCGs, they have a longer distribution channel, and you are supposed to pass on VAT at every stage. And if you are even on standard rates, you'll be earning above 100% tax on one commodity. Can we design a solution where we can stagger VAT at a certain stage within the distribution channel to reduce the cascading effect?
So as the finance minister goes to Parliament today, as traders, what do you expect?
Definitely, we have engaged them.
Okay.
We have made some of these challenges to them. We did not end there. We have preferred possible solutions to them. Typical example is stagger the VAT at a certain stage. If it's within the wholesaler or distributor, that is fine. So that we reduce the cascading effect, which also increases prices, which also affects inflation, which also affects compliance. So when you're able to stagger at a certain point, we will see a lot of people coming on board automatically. We are expecting them to also reduce, or possible, take off VAT from baby's foods.
Okay.
Right? You see, every baby is a future human capital of this country. VAT makes children's food much more expensive for parents to buy. Therefore, they will opt for much more lower quality food, which of course will affect the mental development of these kids, which of course affect our possible future capital, human capital, and also affect the health of babies. So if we don't have healthy babies, that means we have to spend so much on health. That will mean that parents will also have to spend so much of their income on taking care of their babies. But if we're able to take off VAT from baby foods, they eat healthy, we reduce expenditure on health, we have a healthy nation, and that have a future. So we're expecting them to do that. They should probably be exploring other countries, some of the best practices when it comes to VAT application, and adapt to ensure that, one, we increase compliance. Two, it becomes simple for businesses. Three, it becomes affordable. Then we can have a future for this country.
All right. Charles Appiah is head of Business Development Unit at Guta. Thank you so much for passing through.
Our pleasure serving you.
Right. This is the AM show. We'll take a break here. We'll be back with more here on the show. But let me say good morning to you, Edward Yankee. You are in Sankor, as well as Festus Boa to you, Frank Osei and Frank Arthur. All of you are in Sankor. My regards to you this morning. We'll take a break. We'll be back with more. Please do stay.
back to the AM show. Thank you so much for staying with us. Let's get into other conversations now. I have in studio with me this morning the Pro-Vice Chancellor of Wrexham University in the United Kingdom, Professor Mosgard, and I also have the Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast with him, and he's Professor Elvis Cornerstone. Two gentlemen in the studio with me this morning. Good morning, and welcome to the AM show. So from the University of Gold Coast and the University of Wrexham, I'm sure there are some beautiful initiatives and programs that we want to highlight this morning. But I want to start from you, Professor Moss. Am I mentioning your name right?
Moss is perfect.
Mosgard. Okay, great. First of all, welcome to Ghana. Tell us about, or introduce us to University of Wrexham. What is special about you?
Well, firstly, thank you for a wonderful Ghanaian welcome. It was my first trip to Ghana. I arrived 2 days ago, and it's been wonderful. Wrexham University is a university based in North Wales. We are very excited that we have been ranked #1 in the UK for teaching and learning. And a number of years ago, Wrexham University collaborated with the University of Gold Coast here in Ghana to deliver a small number of programs. And that partnership is now coming to an end, and I have arrived in Ghana to discuss the next stages. It's a very exciting collaboration as Wrexham University is growing and growing. Many of you may know Wrexham Football Club in the Championship, which is based on the university campus. And the University of Gold Coast, which has recently received university status here in Ghana.
Okay. So, Professor Elvis Cornerstone, you mentioned that you'd been collaborating with Wrexham for 5 years.
For nearly 5
a little
years.
over, okay, about 5 years.
Yes, about
okay.
5 years.
And how has that collaboration evolved over the years? Where did it start from? What are the gains you've made so far? And what has it become now?
Okay, so it's very important to understand the mechanisms when it comes to international collaboration. And you have to go through accreditation processes, not just here in Ghana, but also with them from the UK.
Okay.
And so we went through these processes, and God being so good, everything was approved. That is how come the whole collaboration started. And we've had a series of cohorts over the years who have graduated. Some did their graduation here in Ghana, others went to the UK for their graduations. And yesterday, quite a number of them were on campus to have dinner with Professor Mosgard. And so this is basically how we've transitioned over the years, and we're looking forward to many things that we are looking forward to in terms of new programs, development, and collaboration. He will highlight more on those ones as we go along.
Okay, so I understand that you have your own programs, and you also run programs from Wrexham University in your university.
That's right.
Okay, and you're about to launch new programs, that's doctoral programs, which means what you already do is first-degree programs.
Currently,
you have postgraduate as well.
Currently, we focus mostly on postgraduate programs.
Okay.
I mean, the master degree programs.
Okay.
And we don't run bachelor degree programs at the moment. And part of the essence of this visit from the UK is to allow us to introduce bachelor degree programs to allow our students to also choose the kind of degrees they want. Our programs at the moment are in the area of MBA, which is general MBA. We also offer MSc in Accounting and Finance, and aside the MBA that is being offered by Wrexham University. And we are about to launch a new program starting this year, September, October, specialized MBA programs in specific. The area of finance, human resource management, marketing and communication, entrepreneurship and innovation. We also have something in the area of MSc and LLM in diplomacy and such other related programs. So these are all upcoming this year, September, October, thereabouts.
Then I want to find out from Professor Gard, what's the purpose of this collaboration? How does it meet the Ghanaian at the points of their needs?
I think when we look at the two institutions, our goals and our vision are very, very similar. Wrexham University is sitting on the edge of the largest industrial estate in Europe. We collaborate with JCB, we collaborate with Airbus in aeroplane manufacturing. And when we look at the University of Gold Coast, they're here to serve the needs of society, serve the needs of industry, to serve the needs of young people who have innovative and entrepreneurial skills, and to harness that energy to serve the needs of society. So when we bring those two opportunities from both institutions together, there's a wonderful opportunity to make a significant impact, societal and from an industrial perspective here in Ghana.
Let's stay on the impact for a second. I'm reading that each program, or most of the proposed programs, have a foundation year option. What does this mean? And in the Ghana context, what does it do for us?
Sure. If I can step back one step and say that Ghanaian students who are studying at the University of Gold Coast and students who are studying in Wrexham, we have Ghanaian students, they are some of the best students that both institutions have in terms of academic quality, in terms of hard work, and in terms of bringing those skills home. What we have to realise is many education systems in Africa are quite different to the education systems in Europe. So in Europe, the secondary and primary school system has 13 years of education. In Ghana and in many countries, there's 12 years of primary and secondary. So it's not that the students need an extra year of study to give them more academic skills, it's that there's a small gap between the secondary and the university sector. So we then put 1 year of study in partnership with the University of Gold Coast, to ensure the students, when they do attend university, that they have all the skills, whether it's academic writing, whether it's mathematics or physics or chemistry, depending on the degree. So we put that 1 year of additional study in. And where the massive impact is on retention. And what I mean by that is how many students succeed and graduate. It is over 90% at the University of the Gold Coast. If we look at it from the UK, 79% of students graduate. So these foundation programs add huge value to the academic study.
That's beautiful. So, I mean, how are I believe you have an active alumni group, and how are they contributing to building international relationships between us and you, like, I mean, the UK and here in Ghana?
I met dozens of alumni last night, and it was wonderful to hear stories. Hundreds.
Hundreds. Okay.
Both online, in person. We had a wonderful evening with them. We launched our alumni chapter here in Ghana. And these students, they're making such an impact from environmental work, civic engagement work. We've had politicians. They're involved in all aspects of life across Ghana. So yes, it's very important for us, for our alumni, to represent the university, because you don't just get a certificate, you get a relationship with the University of Gold Coast and Wrexham University for the rest of their lives. But it's supporting alumni in delivering the skills and knowledge and creating knowledge, which goes back to our doctoral and our research, and creating knowledge to support Ghana, to support both institutions, and to have that lifelong relationship. We have to remember young people now will have 17 jobs, that's what research tells us, in their lives. When we were young, we were told you will have one job and that's what you will stay with for life. So continuous lifelong learning is the most important aspect of higher education. Stackable credits where they can learn a little bit, change careers and top up their programs.
I like that. You know, when we were young, what was most celebrated was longevity in all spheres of life, whether a place you lived, whether in marriage, whether in the workplace. Now it's about experience, you know, and how you can leverage that to make something out of yourself. This all sounds to me like foreign education at University of Gold Coast. Right. So how affordable is it, and is it accredited?
Yes, the program is accredited in the UK, and then GTech over here in Ghana also came to validate the program. It was accredited here in Ghana, and then we started. It's affordable in terms of flexibility. $6,000 at the moment. Those that want to pay upfront get 10% discount.
$6,000 for the entire
program.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you want to pay upfront, then you get 10% discount.
Okay.
And there's also 5% discount for those who want to make 2 installment payment. There's also the quarterly payment plan, and also the monthly payment plan over the period. So it's very flexible to allow everyone to be able to get on board.
Okay. Well, I know you came here with a pivotal message. I want you to look directly into your camera. There are potential students listening to you, parents who want the best quality education for their wards are listening to you. What's your message to them, Professor Gard?
I think when we look at the University of the Gold Coast and we look at the significance of this partnership, as the professor has said, the programs are dual quality assured from a UK and Ghanaian perspective. When you look at the university in terms of student support, in terms of academic delivery, in terms of the quality of education and the support that's provided, it stands out, this university in Ghana and across West Africa. So the opportunity to study at the University of Gold Coast, the opportunity to continue and study and to visit Wrexham and spend some time, whether it's one semester or 1 month or 2 years, those opportunities. So you can experience both the culture, the UK education system, and qualify with a degree that will last you for many, many years to come.
Thank you so much. Final question though, do you assist students who want to go directly to Wrexham, do you assist with visa acquisition and all that? Or those are details that only students who have been admitted would are privy to?
Look, for us and for both institutions, the priority is on the student and that they gain a high-quality programme. Okay. If they would like to come and spend time, we have an international team in the UK, and we have support staff here who will support the student at every step of the journey, from before they arrive at university to after they finish their degrees as alumni.
Okay. So, Professor Elvis, I'll give you the final word.
Okay. Yeah. So, the undergraduate programs we want to introduce have the 2+1 and 2+2 approach, meaning that students could spend 2 years here in Ghana and then go and spend the final year in the UK. At the same time, for those who want to go to the foundation period, we'll spend 2 years in Ghana and 2 years in the UK to finish the program. So these are some of the direct benefits the program, has to offer. So I want to encourage, parents who want their wards to do the undergrad programs of Wrexham to come over, look for more information. We are ready to furnish them with every information they need to get the ball rolling. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and how do we contact you? Websites, address, maybe social media handles, even if there's a phone number to call, it's time to put it out there.
Yes, so we can get all the information on our website and www.ugc.edu.gh.
ugc.edu.gh. All right. So all the information is on that website.
Exactly.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming, and I wish you the very best. I spoke with Professor Mosgard. He's Pro-Vice Chancellor of Wrexham University, and Professor Elvis Cornerstone. He's Vice Chancellor of University of Gold Coast. So please do get in touch with them. The details are on your screens right now for the best quality education. Thank you for coming. Now, I want to take you live to Parliament right now, where our Parliamentary Affairs correspondent, Kweku Asante, is standing by with some details for us. Kweku, what can you report?
Christiana Suti Abuchi, we are live in Parliament, like you said. The proceedings are expected to begin at 12 noon. In fact, it was expected to start around 10 a.m. yesterday. That was the initial plan. In fact, that you see a lot of the infographics that have been done from the Finance Ministry to various media houses, that is expected to start at 10 o'clock. But yesterday, just before the House adjourned, they changed plans and decided that they're going to start at 12 noon. And so that is the time the proceedings are expected to start. Just when I was coming in, I've seen a couple of MPs. If you go to the MPs car park, you see a couple of MPs are already there. But there are no members of Parliament in the chamber as we speak. The chamber is empty on both the minority and majority side. That is to be expected because proceedings are not expected to begin until at least the next 2.5 hours anyway. And so they are not expected to. We know that on mornings like this, there are caucus meetings that will be held between both sides to try and flesh out the various details before they come here. There are also matters of warfare that will all be dealt with prior to the caucuses coming into Parliament. But we're getting to learn some more about what may happen today. Because, of course, generally what we do know, this is mid-year budget presentation. What is going to happen is that the Finance Minister is going to come and present to the Parliament of Ghana as well as the public what exactly or how exactly the budget is doing. The Minister was here in March. He presented the budget for 2025. He is going to review the budget. How has it been doing in the first half of the year, and how does he expect the budget to do in the second half of the year? Are there certain projections he made in March that he expects to revise? All of that he will say. Sometimes media budget review are opportunities for the Finance Minister and the government to ask for more money or perhaps to reduce the appropriation, which is usually not done. Normally what happens is that the Finance Minister and government may ask for more money because of certain changes that have occurred in the economy, but we do not expect that. Yesterday, I did have an interview with Chairman of the Economy and Development Committee in the person of Eric Affo. He told me that there is no expectation that the government will ask for any more funds from Parliament. And so this is going to come by way of statement. It will not be by a motion that will be debated. The Minister will just present a statement about how the budget has been doing in the last 6 months and how he expects it to be doing in the last 6 months of the year, the final 6 months of the year, I should say. And so that is what he's going going to do. But the big catch also here, what we are picking is that the NPP group in Parliament, the minority, perhaps are not going to be part of this proceeding. It is not confirmed, it is not official, but we are picking a lot of charters. Our sources are telling us that the minority in Parliament have scheduled very parallel arrangement at the same time that the finance minister is expected to be in Parliament. So the finance minister proceedings will begin at 12 noon. The minority we know will leave Parliament at about 12:20 to the presidency and other public institutions, including Kodeo. They will also go and meet the Dean of the Diplomatic Press Corps. We understand they are going to present some petitions on some pressing national issues. And so when they present these petitions, at around the same time that the media budget will be presented. And so that will mean it will affect their participation. What we do not know is whether there's an outright boycott, or perhaps they will come to the floor of Parliament and announce that they are exiting to perform what they also call pressing national duties. And also, will they all leave? I mean, all the 87 members of the minority, are they all going to leave? Or they are going to leave some members of their caucus on the floor to take care of proceedings while they are away? All those details are sketchy and scanty. We do not have any details. But what we do know is that the minority have scheduled parallel appointment around the same time that Dr. Castle Atoforse will be at the dispatch box presenting the media budget review, including a petition that they are sending to the president on some important national issues. And so all of these matters expected to happen today on the floor. It's a very important day for the government, for the economy, but the minority also have their own plans. So, Suti Abochi, that is the state of play here in Parliament.
Well, thank you, Bismarck Kweku Asante over there, our Parliamentary Affairs correspondent. We look forward to coming back to you when all is resolved and they've taken their seats. Thank you for joining us this morning. Now, yesterday, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources took his turn at the Government Accountability Series, and he updated the entire country on what they're doing in the fight against illegal mining. This morning, we want to assess the fight, or want to assess the measures they've taken since 6 months in office. Joining me for this conversation is the Media Relations Officer for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Pakwesi Shandov. Shandov, it's good to see you.
Again.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. How are you doing too?
Fabulous.
Great.
Thanks for asking. So yesterday we listened to the Honorable Minister, Emmanuel Boa, and he gave us some updates. So I want us to, we have just about 20 minutes to get some very important details out there. And I know he gave us an update on the comprehensive review of minerals law, and he says about 85%
complete.
through.
Yeah.
He spoke about what they're doing in terms of the crackdown on illegal miners, the revocation of licenses. He spoke about the geological data and the role of Ghana Geological Survey Authority. And the list goes on and on. Excavator tracking, technology use, and the seismic monitoring and geothermal exploration. So this is where I want to start from. Can you specify which sections of the Act have been completed and what is still left to be done?
Okay, so good morning again to yourself and to the rest of your our listeners across the globe. That process is ongoing, and as one of our, if you like, general principles, when proceedings of this nature are ongoing, we largely would not want to disclose the relevant processes that are ongoing. But of course, as and when it is completed, we'll serve you with a full brief. But it is indeed true that 85% of that entire review has been done, and so in the not too distant future, we'll be able to paint a clearer picture of the nature of the reformation that is ongoing. The reason we are doing that is, if you diagnose the issue of illegal mining properly, you understand that much of it is because of legislations that are apparently defective. And so if you're able to cure the laws and then remove the lacunas and, as it were, heal all the gaps, you would be making progress. So in the course of time, I think we'll have the full picture in that respect.
But are the legislative changes, these reviews that are going on, are they moving at a pace that prevents new damage, do you think? Even if you cannot tell us exactly what parts of this law have been maybe reviewed.
No, maybe I should.
Is it moving at a pace where, now this is the foundation of the question.
Right.
We still hear of people entering forest reserves.
Absolutely.
People mining on water bodies. Excavators are still being imported into the country. The measures that you're taking, you're smiling because you want to talk about how they are stuck at the port, but it's not a solution.
That's not the point.
Let me land on my question. Right. So all these measures that you're taking, including the review at 85%, Are they moving at a pace that is enough to deter other people from still venturing into illegal mining?
Absolutely. That's the essence of the review in the very first place. Indeed, if it was not problematic, we wouldn't have embarked on the exercise of reforming it in the very first place. So for the fact that we are doing it, the logical deduction should be that we are doing it to create an ecosystem that is first of all sustainable and it advances, responsible mining. But maybe I should highlight some of the likely changes that would occur. So we want to reduce the number of years that prospecting licenses are held from perpetuity to a defined minimal period. All of this are a bit technical. That is why I'm saying that at appropriate forum, when we are done with the process, we would rope you in. Also, we want to reduce the upper limit for stability agreements from the current 15 years to allow for capital recovery for huge investments only, or abolishing it altogether. Again, I'm saying these are very comprehensive and compact subject matters. So when we are done, of course, we'll publish the reports, the findings, the reforms that have been put in place, and then would have the discussion. But ultimately, it is to sanitize the mining space. It is to ensure that our extractive industry does not hurt the environment as we have now. So all of it is to, of course, make sure that we get the full dividends of our mineral resources while preserving the environment and doing away with the menace of illegal mining.
See, the reason I asked that question is because it's been 6 months. And this is not something that was just pushed onto you. You were aware of the situation before this administration took office, which is why I'm asking, do you think 6 months in office, everything that you are doing so far is enough? It's moving at a pace. So when you go back to the technicalities, remember we started, I gave you a summary of what the minister said. So let's not dwell on those. But in terms of how the things you're doing are meeting the ordinary Ghanaian at the point of their needs is the question I'm asking.
So basically, you just want a scorecard of our achievements so far, but that's evident. I'm sure if you listened to the minister yesterday, for instance,
it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yes, but it does not also take away the fact that the achievements are strikingly remarkable. For instance, prior to now, we had 9 forest reserves which were originally designated as red zones, which means that they were occupied by armed encroachers. As we speak, now within a period of 6 months, those 9 forest reserves have all been successfully recovered or repossessed, if you want to put it that way. And so we are out of the red zone. Now that we are out of the red zone, of course, it doesn't mean that we are done with dealing with the issue. But then we have gotten to that part where we do not have any forest reserve that is heavily encroached again. So yes, illegal mining is happening at certain places, but we have moved out of the red zones. If you come to even the coordination of the swoops and the raids and all of that, back then, they were not necessarily led by a lot of informative intelligence. Now you have the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, NIMOS, that is leading that charge of intelligent raids and swoop. And maybe I will not want to bore you with the facts, but that is how come again.
Pause here for a second. Just a second. What is the status of prosecutions tied to seizures of excavators and arrests you've made? You've made thousands of arrests.
Right.
What is the status of prosecution? Who has been prosecuted?
All the prosecutions are ongoing and they are at different levels. You see, it is okay to arrest somebody who is involved in the activity of illegal mining, and out of our thirst to see the issue come to an end, you may want to deal ruthlessly and immediately with that offender. But also, they do have rights, and so you are also careful not to violate their rights in your quest to, as it were, do away with the menace. So all of those are under the purview of the Attorney General. Indeed, he would also be mounting the podium. We understand, hopefully sometime next week, the podium of the Government Accountability Series. He would give a proper breakdown of all the ongoing prosecutions so far. But we have arrested, perhaps I'll say it moderately, too many people actually. We have, and not only the locals, in the respective mining communities, the foreign nationals as well. Okay, they are quite too many. And again, I'm not saying it boastfully, but that's the record, that's the track record and the incentive that we have to our credits now. But the Attorney General will give the full complement of those prosecutions, and when that happens, we can open that conversation again.
Yesterday, the minister said I want to paraphrase because I can't remember verbatim what he said, but he said that why are people mining everywhere? And it's something around the lines of because they don't know exactly where the gold is. In terms of the geodata utility, tracking exactly where the minerals are so we know where to go. Can you elaborate on what exactly this is and how the Ghana what's it called?
Geographical Survey
Authority comes to play in this, and exactly how it helps to fix the menace of illegal mining.
Okay, so quickly, let me just read a portion of that particular aspect of his delivery. He said that the authority seeks, talking about the Ghana Geological Survey Authority, the authority supports small-scale miners with data on mineralized areas to assist with proper and regulated mining activities, and we intend to retool the authority to deliver on its mandate. And so mining is not supposed to be guesswork. It's not supposed to be an enterprise of probability or randomness where you just get up, you suspect that there may be a mineral deficit here, therefore you go in and then you do the extraction. If you don't get it, of course, you'd have devastated the environment already, then you move on to another land site. It's not supposed to be that experimental, because when you are doing that, apart from the fact that you are devastating the environment, of course, you'd be causing a lot of inconveniences to residents who occupy that space. And so right now, we want it to be very targeted. There is a system that would be rolled out very soon. In fact, it is currently in place. But what that system would do by way of technological detection is to identify, like the minister mentioned, the mineralized areas, those areas that have prospective mineral deposits, so that if anybody wanted to mine in the very first place, it would be the probability of finding a mineral deposit there would not be bleak, if I have to put it that way, or it will not be.
Your response, that's for small-scale miners, yes? I'm asking how this geodata utility solves the problem of illegal mining. And you're saying to identify where the
it stops. No, but
so I mean, if this GGSA is assisting small-scale miners to identify exactly where the minerals are, so they don't just go, digging everywhere. What about those who don't even care that their forest reserves are out of bounds, but they enter there? What about the people who are on the rivers with their
I'm not mixing the issues.
No,
of course.
The question I asked was how GGSA solves the illegal mining problem.
Of course, but you should know. You should know that.
I'm happy to listen to you.
No, I just want to offer the clarity.
Okay.
The point is that if someone is hold on. No, I just want to.
Moderating this.
Yes, I understand, but this clarity is very important. When we talk about small-scale miners within the context of this conversation, you're talking about those who have been licensed, of course. All right. So it is not every small-scale miner. It's because if it were about small-scale miners in general, then those who are not licensed can also benefit from this. But this one is specific. Okay. It's targeting those who are licensed, because you can be licensed,
exactly
but then
exactly. So I'm saying that is a solution, for small-scale miners
who are licensed.
I'm asking you, yes, and I'm asking you about illegal miners and how this actually, in a quest to eradicate this illegal mining menace,
then the question,
how does the geodata utility solve the Galamsey problem?
Then the question,
Don't try and form my question. I'm asking.
No, I'm not.
You know what I'm asking you.
It becomes moot because this particular arrangement is exclusive to those who have been licensed and given the permission.
What are we doing here
mine
right now? We are assessing what you've done so far in the fight against illegal mining.
Absolutely.
These are things that the minister said that these are updates in terms of what you're doing. What
the updates. So there are portions of I think.
If you don't let me land, we keep doing this back and forth, and the audience will get the best of both of us.
The clarity is very important.
What I'm saying to you is that these are things that the minister said yesterday, right? And some of these are supposed to be solutions to help safeguard our environment from ecological terrorists.
Not just that.
Not just that. Yeah. It's a broader...
And to give us the full benefit of our extractive industry.
Exactly.
This one doesn't relate directly to illegal mining. That's the point.
So that's the answer you should have started with.
No.
That it doesn't solve the illegal mining problem.
The manner... That's why I said that the question then probably is moot. Because,
does it solve the illegal mining problem? It doesn't.
No, because it's not even related to illegal mining. This is for those who are licensed, but then their excavating processes are randomized. We don't want that. We want it to come with a lot of specificity. Okay, that's why we are doing this. So maybe it's really not about the entirety of the presentation was not so much about, entirely about illegal mining, so to speak. Of course, the relevant developments that we have chalked, or the interventions that have been rolled out within the sector, were also captured in that presentation. So maybe we can continue from here.
This does not help us in the fight against illegal mining.
When you
but
put it
helps
that way,
small-scale miners to identify exactly where the minerals are, so they don't just go and dig anywhere. Correct?
Absolutely.
That's the clarity I asked you. No, but I'm asking you to link this to the Galamsey.
My question is why it is tied to illegal mining in the first place. But we can progress.
We assess.
So let's progress.
I've been told we have a few minutes to wrap this conversation. Unfortunately, we spent too much time on this. So now we know that excavators are stuck at the port. And we also know that you are tracking some of these excavators. However, miraculously, some weeks back, we learned that some of these excavators were missing. Any updates on that? Have you been able to find, locate these missing excavators? And the ones at the port, what's the general plan there? Are we just going to keep them at the ports?
So they have been impounded for a reason. The reason is to ensure that the necessary investigations, are done and the necessary structures are put in place so that their deployments would not be a hazard to the environment. Indeed, there is a tracking system that we have now, such that if they were cleared from the ports, before they left the port, they would be, stringently monitored. So we know first off where they are going and what they are going to be used for. But let me touch on the report of the missing excavators. The truth of the matter is that particular development was an offshoot of the endeavor by the Minerals Development Fund. Okay, that swoop. Later, we would find out that no excavator was actually missing in that particular enterprise. That's on record. Okay, so that reportage initially, as communicated, was rather, unfortunately, inaccurate, because as we have now, based on the investigations and the review that we have done in that whole enterprise, there was no excavator at all that was missing. That's the truth of the matter. So
this morning,
we don't have on record that there's any excavator that's missing.
My guests to rate this administration in terms of how they fared in the fight against illegal mining. One person scored you 7 out of 10, the other 2 out of 10. I want you to remove your appointment hat as a Ghanaian. I know for sure you don't drink the water coming from your tap.
But my cousins or friends in those places could drink, so it affects me too.
Great. How would you rate your administration 6 months in office in the fight against?
I'll add a 7 to the 2 and make it 9 over 10.
Wow.
Absolutely. Now, this is the reason. I think if you want to do an analysis, assess the progress so far, first of all, you have to look at where we were and where we have come. Sweetie Abuchi, from the time we took office up to now, I'm saying that we had 9 forest reserves, which were no-go areas, in the sense that in the estimation of the government, we had lost those forest reserves to illegal miners who were armed. Within a 6 months period, you've been able to recover all 9 of them, which means that now, effectively, we have stopped the bleeding. Those places that have pockets and patches of illegal mining, NAMOS is actively, embarking on endeavors there to also record significant taxes. So if in a matter of just 6 months, we have indeed, it is the 9 endangered, if I have to put it that way, forest reserves that actually advanced our cause for the declaration of a state of emergency and all of those. Currently, we have removed that hurdle out of the way. Why shouldn't anybody rate 9 out of 10 or maybe even 10 over 10?
You see, these are some conversations like this I like to leave for our audience to judge for themselves.
Absolutely.
Whether or not you're scoring yourself 9 out of 10.
How would you rate us if I could? Yeah.
I asked the questions here, Pakwesi.
No, but yeah, so Ghanaians, I'm interested in your impressions.
I'm not impressed.
All right.
Pakwesi Shandov is a media relations officer for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and he joined us this morning to assess the work this administration is doing and how it meets the Ghanaian at the point of their needs. So let's take a quick break, and when I return, I'll bring you a conversation with Hope Training Institute. Stay with me. Let's talk about Hope Training Institute. Now, there are over 90,000 young people living on the streets of Accra, and every day they are at the mercy of the weather, and every night at the mercy of unscrupulous adults. Children on all streets in this country at the very bottom of society's ladder and often have no one to speak to on their behalf. But Hope Training Institute is doing something about it, so let's find out from them. I have in studio Juliet Oforiamwa. She's the manager, Hope Training Institute, and Samuel Tete Jr. is a social worker. Welcome to the AM show.
Thank you.
Introduce me to Hope Training Institute and how these over 90,000 young people who are on the street are benefiting from your initiatives. Let me start with the lady, Juliet Oforiamwa.
So the Hope Training Institute is a subsidiary of the Village of Hope. When you take the Village of Hope, we are into childcare, healthcare, and then education. Under the childcare program where Hope Training Institute falls, we are into reintegrating, rehabilitating. We are into giving shelter and then skills training to street-connected, destitute, and vulnerable teenagers all over Ghana. We are located at Ayawaso, Pokwase in the Ghana municipality. We've been in existence for the past 29 years, and we've bettered the life of about 387 young men and women. We give them skills training in leatherworks, auto mechanics, hairdressing, and sewing. And we do this for a 4-year span. So when you come into our facility, it's a residential facility. So whatever you eat, your clothing, your training materials, your medical care, everything is on the institute free of charge.
All right.
So basically, that's what Hope Training Institute
I think it's a beautiful thing you do there. 29 years.
Yeah.
Okay. And Samuel, she's already shared success stories of how you've been, about 9,000. What's the number? 380,000 people have benefited from this. 87,000. So let's say over 300,000 people have benefited from this. How do you get the funds to change these lives?
Yes, okay. So we are mostly funded by philanthropists who work in, and then donations that we receive from people and the Church of Christ. Yes.
So do you need help? Do you need more people to collaborate with you?
Yes. So as it stands now, feeding the kids that we have is a major problem. And we have a vast facility where we think that we can still expand and then help a lot of the kids on the streets. And so we are reaching out to every organization, every institution, every church in Ghana to help this good cause so that at least we can reach out to more street children, more orphaned and destitute, as well as needy children in Ghana.
Well, thank you. Juliet, you are the manager for Hope Training Institute, and you've already, expatiated on the beautiful things that you're doing. I want to give you 1 minute, because that's all the time we have now, to talk directly to those watching and listening to you right now, in terms of whether or not they know someone who might benefit from your services, or they have the means to support the work that you do. Here's your time.
Okay. So our place is a safe haven to every child in Ghana, especially teenagers who are living on the streets, teenagers who are orphans and destitute. We want to appeal to the whole public that it is a good cause and we will need your help. We can't do it ourselves. You have supported and helped us over the years, and we've gotten here, but we still need the support. And so we'll invite you to our facilities. Come and look at what we do. Come and then get to know us. Come and support us in your own small way, whether in kind or in cash. We are available for that. And the bit of us becoming sustainable, we are not just looking up to you people. We are also doing something for ourselves. And so we have the Off the Street by Village of Hope products. We produce bags. We take orders for uniforms. We open our facilities for you to bring your vehicles for repairs and maintenance. Our salon is open for the general public. So visit us and help us in the little way you can.
All right. Juliet, we have to go. So is there a number to call?
Yes, so you can call us on 0249-826-108.
Thank you so
much.
much.
And we are on all social media platforms
as
Hope Training Institute.
Hope Training Institute. Yes. Juliet Oforiamwa is the manager, Hope Training Institute, and Samuel Tete Jr. is also a social worker with Hope Training Institute. Thank you so much for the work you do. Yeah. All right, so that wraps up the AM show this morning. But before I go, I want to congratulate Dr. Jasso. He's the Member of Parliament for Wa West, but he's been appointed as the board chairman of Ghana Export Promotion Authority. Congratulations, sir. Yeah, on your appointment as the board chairman of the Ghana Export Promotion Authority. We look forward to see the wonderful work that you do over there. And today is a Thursday, so while we wrap up the AM show, we're leaving you with Ghana Grows Changing Narratives, brought to you by MasterCard in collaboration with Roadshow Foundation. Enjoy. I'm Sweetie Abochi, and I did this with Samuel Kojo Brace. See you tomorrow.
There's this beautiful life you get when you start a business. It helps you kind of find different ways to solve problems. When I started, I had to fail several times before the business actually established. Anytime I want to give up, I ask myself, am I giving up because all these people earn from what I do? Samson. I'm popularly known as Aja Buglushi. I'm the founder and team lead at Big Sam's Market. So at Big Sam's Market, we help you shop smarter so you can cook faster. And then we deliver it to you right at your doorstep. So you skip several hours of going through the local markets. We are located currently at Teshi. We deliver all over Accra, and sometimes we deliver outside Accra as well. I started the business idea back in tech when I was in school, and officially when I registered, it's been 7 years. So 7 years of actively running the business. What actually inspired me personally? One, I'm a graphic designer by profession, and then I found out during a packaging research back in school about grocery delivery. It was very new, it was quite booming in the foreign countries. So I said, how can I start this kind of business in our local way, you know? My mom used to sell food stuff back then, like tomatoes on tabletop and all that. She was actually one of the first people I went to. I said, you know what, I'm going to do what she did, but in a very modern way. I started when I was living with them. My mom will help with packaging. There were instances where she would actually go and shop for me because I had to go to work. I was working full-time into the business for 3 years before I came into running the business full-time. One thing that I saw back then is I knew there was going to be the need for convenience and also ways to help farmers, market women, startup food processors, create some ready markets for them. When I started my business, one of the main challenges were perception. The typical Ghanaian wants to go to the market and go and select their tomatoes and pepper and bargain. So that was the perception. Why should I let you shop for me? Now I had to cross that stage where I need to find a marketing message. So I had to start with myself, calling myself Ajoabu Blushi. And people started understanding that, okay, this is the service. So that's another challenge. Then as you go, you realize that you need funding, you need to reinvest. So you may get a lot of revenue and a lot of profits, but it has
If I have to sleep with somebody for my rent, sleep with somebody to get a car, sleep with somebody who's going to give me the dress, are you not tired?
Emefa Apau
is Guinean journalist and former Joy FM anchor,
known for her poise and piercing interviews,
finally breaks her silence in her first ever interview
since leaving media for the corporate world. She tells it all.
There's nothing sexier than seeing a young girl intelligent to a fault. In fact, intelligence just turns me on. You people now will say passion does not go to the market. I agree, but passion takes you places that money will not take you.
You're growing in this radio thing, you're passionate about it, and there's a pregnancy.
Ish.
How did that change your life?
This is tough.
There was an interview you had on 2nd February.
When you know your stuff, you can't be bullied.
You were doing well as a journalist, and then boom, you left at your peak.
Since I'm facing my audience on this, I must be frank. It's not an appointment. I did that actually because of 2 weeks before I would deliver, he died. I look at my child and I look at my dead father and I'm like,
people who should be responsible decide to not be. How did that feel?
I won't allow anybody's irresponsible decision to define me, to become somebody I'm not.
They are in perpetual fear of death. They literally smell it. They killed and must also be killed.
And the sentence for this kind of offense is that you shall be hanged till you die.
It's a horrifying experience.
The scene was so terrifying that I couldn't look at them for a while. I quickly entered into the cell because I knew that they had come for me.
A place meant for about 23 inmates now hosts over 150 inmates. No president wants to sign for them to be killed.
Personally, it's been against my conscience to take life, no matter what. Because if you like, I'm influenced religiously to know that it's only God that should take life.
But the gallows are still intact.
A weight must be put on you so that you are not, and that you don't go through unnecessary pains. The first one, and then I think it ends.
Death row and the sad realities associated. I am Seth Kwame Boateng. Join me as I take you to the condemned block of the Nsawo medium security prisons to appreciate the thin line between freedom and death. A group of prisoners with their musical instruments playing and singing gospel songs. This is happening right inside the special block of the Nsawo medium security prisons, popularly known as the condemned block. Inmates here have been sentenced to death. They are to be executed, and that can happen even in the next minute. Probably this song is what will do the trick for them to forever shut the mind of the president from signing their death warrants. Death is all they see around them, so they resort to singing most of the time to take their minds off it.
Basically, with the condemned prisoners, we manage them. Basically, most of them come with issues of mental conditions. And we run clinics for them, especially for them. Usually we term them as a special block.
This is Dr. Lawrence Kofi Champong, a medical doctor in charge of the Nsawam medium security prisons. He attends to inmates battling depression and mental disorders because of their incarceration on a daily basis. He says these are worse among those condemned to death.
Some of them have subtle mental conditions such as depression. Some of them have certain conditions like bipolar affective disorders. Some
what does
of them,
that mean?
That is it's a type of mental conditions where we have two poles in terms of both depression and manic episode at the extremes, which sometimes they feel depressed, sometimes they feel manic. So as at when each of the poles present, they might behave as such, and we manage them. There are some of them that comes also with clear conditions of schizophrenia. Some of them have sleep disorders as well, and some of them have pure anxiety disorders as well.
In Ghana, only the Nsawam medium security prisons has a condemned block, and the Director General of the Ghana Prison Service, Patrick Dakumisa, says the population here keeps increasing.
Currently, we have 152 male prisoners. Then the female section, we have 6. So in totality, we have 158 condemned prisoners in the country.
All these 158 prisoners were pronounced guilty of murder after their trial by courts of competent jurisdiction. As punishment for their crimes, they must also be killed. This is consistent with Article 3, Clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution of Ghana, which states that no person shall be deprived of his life intentionally except in the exercise of the sentence of a court in respect of a criminal offense under the laws of Ghana of which he has been convicted.
Every sane person is responsible and answerable for the natural and probable consequences of his actions. I mean, same person, anybody who has got his senses by himself, not a madman and the rest of them, or drunkard and things like that.
Meet former Supreme Court Judge Justice Stephen Alambrobe. He says the law applies this to the latter.
The same way you cause the loss of the life of the person who is dead, the society requires that you also suffer the same exit from life, so to speak, that we impose on the other party. Because, as I said, everybody's entitled to his life and liberty and a right to live. And you have no right to take away his life. So once the jurors find that you are guilty, society requires that the same way that you cause somebody to lose his life, you also have to lose your life.
So I'm moving to the special block where we have a number of inmates who are on death row. They don't know when they will be killed. Their anxiety levels are just too much. I understand some have exhibited so much remorse and they wish they could go home.
I am being accompanied by the Eastern Region Prisons Commander, Deputy Director of Prisons, Isaac Ejiri. He knocks on the fortified iron gate securing the condemned block, and it is opened. Life virtually ends here. Dreams are shattered immediately you are marched to this block. The scary sounds of death is all you hear ringing in your ears every second. Sadly, a greater percentage of these condemned prisoners are very young. Some are below 30 years. 23-year-old Abdul Halik Hamza is one of the prisoners. He can be killed through hanging anytime. I find him in a small makeshift mosque made for them in the condemned block. This is where Halleck consoles himself anytime it dawns on him that he killed and he must also be killed. The Quran is his companion. Sadly, his journey into the condemned block started right after reading his Quran and offering his Maghrib prayers on 13 July 2013 in Tamale, the northern regional capital.
It was in a fasting season when we about to break our fasting, so I left with my friends to the Nyohani roundabout to get some food and break our fasting. When we got there, we met some other group there. So we sit with them, and we sat with them, and we were conversing. So after that, I was left with one of my friends to take some key password with him that he was changed in my computer. So I was there with the friend when I heard noise. The people were shouting there. Actually, when I came back, I asked what happened, what is going on here, and they said some guys came and said they are going to beat them. That is what I heard. So I was telling them to stop. They were shouting and they were all taking things. They were just fighting. So I was telling them to stop. Through stopping them, I take some stick, some wood, to see what I can do that to separate them so that everybody will move there. But being in this thing, through this separation, I hit one with the stick and he fell down.
It was not a normal fall. His victim, Abdul Kaniu, did not die immediately. He was quickly rushed to the Tamale Teaching Hospital, and Halleck was immediately whisked away to the police station by a police patrol team who chanced on the incident. Abdul, unfortunately, did not survive. He died the next day.
That morning, one also came to me. One of my friends came to me and said the person is okay. Now he's even talking. Lately, getting to around 10 or 9, when another person also came and told me that the person is normal. Hey. And that time, I've never met that thing before, and I've never think of it. So that time I make confused, because how can a human being lose his life through in your hands? So that time I was even confused. I was in the cells and they told me to eat, and I said, no, I can't eat. This is what is going on. And what is going on, that thing, I've never seen some before, so I can't live with it. And they told me I should be patient. This one, it is not my fault, but God knows why. That's what my friends in the cell told me. I thought it was just a dream. So when they come and announce this to me, in fact, I was.
Did you cry?
I cried a lot. And even 3 days self, I do not eat. 3 days. When they were brought food, my people brought food and said they are on date. And I said, not they are on date that I'm checking. What happened? What happened? What really happened? And that is what I'm thinking of. But not you are on date.
So what exactly happened to Abdul after he was hit with a stick? I have come to Tamale to find out more. In the Attorney General's office here in Tamale, I am handed a dossier of documents on Halleck, including his first charge sheet on 16 July 2013, his response and other statements from the investigators. Halleck admits in a statement to the police that indeed he hit his victim with a piece of wood. He, however, kept stressing the fact that it was not premeditated. I checked the next paper, and there is the autopsy report answering my question on why 27-year-old Abdul Kaniu died. The autopsy was done on 17 July 2013, 2 days after his death. The forensic pathologist with the Tamale Teaching Hospital, Dr. Edmond Dea Moni, states in his report that Abdul suffered severe head injury, massive scalp hematoma, that is a solid swelling of clotted blood with the tissues, and multiple skull fractures, as well as blunt trauma. Per the autopsy report, all these happened because of the piece of wood Abdul was hit with. Halik got to know later that he was even related to his victim. He was a member of his extended family that he didn't know. The autopsy report paved the way for Halik to be tried. The trial took 3 years. Halik had high hopes he will escape any form of long custody because he had maintained over and again that he did not intentionally kill. On 11 July 2016, the opposite happened. Halik's worst fear happened to him.
Court, they have a 7 people called juries. They have to go and gather the listing before the judge can pass his judgment. So I was in the box when the judge said they should go and vote. They went and voted and came back and said, this is the matter. And the judge too said, they said you are guilty of the offense. So me too, I agree with them. And he asked me that whether I have something to say, and I said no. Because how it was come, because he said these people have agreed that I'm guilty of the offense, I have nothing to do again. And that time too, sir, that time, in fact, I was very aback. That time, when he just said, I sentence you to death sentence, condemned by hanging. What I was really feeling something different.
Like
I
what?
thought, that time I didn't even feel myself in the court.
There is a reason the jurors and the judge retired to their closets to consult, as happened in the case of Halik, as former Supreme Court Judge Justice Stephen Alambrobe explains.
In murder cases, I was in the assizes for some years. In murder cases, the charges are prepared. They are prosecuted by the prosecutor. Usually murder cases are by lawyers or senior, very senior state attorneys or police officers. Evidence is led, and then at the end of the trial, the judge sums up the law and the evidence to the jurors. That is the difference. And then after summing up the law and the evidence to the jurors, they retire and consider whether the person is guilty or not guilty on the basis of the law and the evidence as summed up by the judge. Now, if they are unanimous that the person is guilty of murder, when they return to the courtroom and they announce the verdict of guilty of murder against the accused person, the judge has no option but just to say, then the sentence for death in this country by law is that you are to be killed or hanged, period. So it's the jurors who decide whether or not the person is guilty. And the judge merely pronounces what the jurors decide and it goes on to impose sentence. The sentence is tied up with the conviction.
So the role the judge plays at this point is just announcing the decision of the jurors. Yet, when it goes bad or when the wrong judgment is given, most often, the judges are those who face the anger of the public.
It's not easy because sometimes if the jurors make a mistake, you can have, I had situations where the evidence was so overwhelming that I expected the jurors to come up with the verdict of guilty, and they came out with not guilty, and they reduced the crime and the offense to manslaughter. Now, in a situation like that, I go home with sleepless nights because I get worried that what has been done is wrong. But that's the law. I don't have any authority to change it. And if you change it, the state attorney goes on appeal, you will be ridiculed. I'm not going to do that. And you change it to mean flying in the face of the law, which I'm not allowed to do. So, or the other way around, sometimes the jurors find the person guilty, and you know in your heart and mind that this man should not be found guilty. And they say he's guilty. Then you have to pronounce it. Or the other way around, they say he's not guilty. And you know he's guilty. And then you just have to pronounce that he's not guilty.
Being on death row is depressing not only for the people condemned to die, but also for the hundreds of relatives and friends who care about them.
I was thinking they said he's not guilty. Before we could hear that he's guilty, I even fell down, and then my brother took me out. And I said, we don't know that this will come.
Why did you fall?
Well, during that time, I thought they will come out without guilty.
This is Halik's father, Al-Hassan Masahudu. I managed to establish contact with him. He works at a small block manufacturing house here in Tamale. Mr. Masahudu says he is the saddest father on earth today. He still cannot believe his son could be killed anytime.
We know really that if they are asked to be killed, he will be among them, because he was dead to be killed. So we know he will be killed.
Where is his mother?
He's in the house. He's in the house.
Halik's family is spending fortunes to hire good lawyers as they appeal the death sentence. His father wishes the president can do something about Halik's case.
I will tell the president that for the sake of Almighty God, should help him to also help us for our child to be released to us, so that we know how to take care of him, and then he also end up with his living very well.
So Nana should pardon your son?
We pray to him to pardon him. We pray to him to pardon him for us, because this is not his habit.
Back at the Nsawo medium security prisons, there are only 6 females out of the 158 prisoners on death row. Interestingly, some of the inmates here are very young. Among them, 20-year-old Zelia Suleimana. She has been here for almost a year, living at the female side of the condemned block. Zelia is struggling to accept that this will be her home forever, unless she is lucky to be granted a presidential pardon. Zelia stabbed and killed her friend, 22-year-old Radia Aminu, in a fight.
Nti me ko ene no odi ntakwa no hia me odi ntakwa no nsu bae no su na o frame no no frantuma nti o ko den bae no wasisa no ho na o hye tra ana odi sikan de hye na ha nti me bisa ne se eden no odi hye na ha no me ne gina ha no no wan yesa ade nti no ko eden bae na odi ne se eyesi ana o ka cheme se o ka kire me na ma ye den oho na kasakasa bae na yesha ase ayeku ana odi sikan ede wo mechi nti odi bi wo me hase ana odi bi wo me nsante ase nti odi wo me nti me ko mechi na me hu se okura sikan nti me yese na ambeji sikan ana ebi wo me hase nti me so me bomodin ji sikan na me so me de wo
Akwa na wi
mpache de ebe omo be patai omo nkonfo bae no Memi di do one we me tu sikan no twine nti omo pataye no ana nkonfo bae ana omo mane ko frɛ ne papa bae ana omo de anyina ko hospital de be twine no owu
This sad incident happened on 11th April 2014. So the next day, her friend died. Holding a copy of her statement to the police, Zelia stated in it that it wasn't her intention to kill her friend. The autopsy report on Radia shows that she was stabbed in her left side of her upper rib, and it was so deep that it pierced through to the other organs, leading to her death. Zelia wished she had walked away quietly when her friend started the fight. She has regretted her action.
Baby, I'm a one. And I didn't swear them because a banker said, Omoku quantum before Naya make up.
And I am a watching, you know. Until we walk to a Jack, a cassette, or said to condemn. A one idea, but now, yeah.
I mean, I ate the same. A mumu atomisun inti, or casa chairman, man casa. Anna, me frada can my meba, and walk a chairman engine. Met my 1 year, 1 month, I be happy. And I make a chance say you, and I made down as and I make what I say. It made to us a din a quarter of a point. No, they may buy it. Into son of my didn't feel caught to home. Would they buy at the son of it?
By own casa. Now, Obusia forward, no, I don't know more court.
Do walk out to noon, or none of boof.
Says I no so Opesia your day.
Opeso or monk, and no swinging or no shit.
Into whom walk out.
Patron,
no Cadia.
None of boof, no casakas, into police for any permanent man court. That's our time, and I'm in that cannon.
The culprits are not the only people who face such abuses as Zelia encountered. Justice Stephen Alambrobe says judges too face this after delivering their judgments.
Where the person is acquitted or not convicted of murder, the supporters of the victim are mad and they hate you for all you are worth. They think you are responsible. Many of them understand. There is a jurors who caused it. Now, where the accused, when that happens that way, the supporters of the accused person will be happy. Where the person is convicted, right, and the supporters of the victim will be happy, and the supporters of the accused person will be mad. So either way, I always tell my colleagues, every simple case you decide, you make enemies. That's the nature of the job.
They are in perpetual fear of death. They literally smell it.
A banker said, Omoku quantum before Naya make up.
Be killed and must also be killed.
And the sentence for this kind of offense is that you shall be hanged till you die.
It's a horrifying experience.
The scene was so terrifying that I couldn't look at them for a while. I quickly entered into the cell because I knew that they had come for me.
Most of the people sentenced to death have really regretted their action. But what can bring them a bit of respite is an amnesty by the president. The commander in charge of the Nsawam medium security prisons, Deputy Director of Prisons Isaac Ejuri, says this is the only means through which the special block can be decongested.
The current means of decongesting the special block is through amnesty, where the death sentence is commuted to life, and then after you are brought back into the general pool to join the general population. But then the amnesty criteria are so stiff for special block. For instance, giving an amnesty year, whereas we have about 150 to 200 inmates being discharged from the general pool, we may have one, at times none, from the condemned block. And that's also a big worry. It depends on the criteria that is set for the amnesty. Now, their criteria are more strict than the general one. Every year comes with its own set of rules for the amnesty.
Ghana has a modern maximum security prisons in Cape Coast. It is the anchor for maximum security prisons, but Interior Minister says prisoners in the congested block at Nsawam cannot be moved there for now.
So yes, I wouldn't want them to be there. I think the place is crowded and we should do something about it. And we built a maximum security prison at Ankafu. What is happening is that we haven't been able to provide certain facilities that could allow us to decongest into those places. And therefore, we are talking about, seeing how we can come out with plans to deal with that.
The last time an execution was carried out was 1993 during former President Jerry John Rawlings's regime. Since then, no president has ever approved for any prisoner on death row to be executed. Justice Stephen Alambrobe says this decision is within the law.
Every society deserves the laws they have. Ghana has its own constitution, and if the constitution contains laws which we believe are suitable for our aspirations and our destinies and our future. So the laws are there, and the judges have to implement them. In the same way, you pass a constitution, you give the president a discretion to sign or not to sign. That is what the people want. If they don't want, they should have changed the constitution. That's why I say every people deserve the laws they have, and they like the laws they have. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there. And once you put it in there, that the president has the discretion to sign or not to sign, the discretion for him to exercise, of course, subject to all kinds of conditions. But if he has that discretion and he exercises it, you can't begrudge it. If he doesn't have the power, that's different. But once he has the power, it's because the people who made the law have reposed in him the power to do what you are saying, keep the man there even though he's guilty and should be killed. And he's exercising it. So the problem lies with the discretion given to the presidency. Because if he had made it mandatory, once he's convicted, he should be shot or killed. And all that the president has to do is to sign. If the law were that clear, no problem. Once you grant the discretion, then it's a human exercise.
For Interior Minister Ambrose Derry, the decision not to sign the death warrant is a good omen.
Well said. I think not killing them is progress, isn't it? They're supposed to be killed, hanged, and they have not been hanged. If for some time now they have not been hanged, probably means that the system is reacting positively to the death sentence. That is probably not what we want to easily go to. As to whether that means that it doesn't exist is quite another matter. But I think that is positive, that none of the presidents have signed and said, since 1993. Have signed and said, go there.
Many presidents have very interesting perspectives of the death penalty. During his time as president, John Agyekum Kufuor never signed the death warrant. As a trained lawyer, he has a certain deeper insight about why it hasn't been easy for heads of state to sign off people's deaths.
I believe the general trend in many parts of the world now is to commute death sentences to life sentences. Reasons can be found in humanitarianism and also in religion.
The humanitarian theory, he believes, stands for valuing the lives of all, individual human rights, justice for everyone, and government that defend all of their people. But these are not the only factors that influenced his decision not to execute any prisoner condemned to death.
Also, in the fact that with modern science, people who have been condemned, sometimes awaiting execution, have come to be found not guilty through, say, DNA examinations and things like that. And it's, personally, it's been against my conscience to take life, no matter what. Because, if you like, I'm influenced religiously to know that it's only God that should take life. I'm not a creator. So whatever it is, and since the Constitution has found it wise to give the power to commute to President, when I have it, I'd rather keep you as a convict to serve your time away from the community. So even if you say you are like a hardened criminal, you'll be there isolated to serve your life.
President Kufuor is a staunch Catholic, and his position on capital punishment is in line with catechism. In fact, at the Vatican in October 2017, during the 25th anniversary of the Catechism of the Catholic Church, Pope Francis said, capital punishment heavily wounds human dignity and is an inhumane measure.
No one can be deprived of life, nor the chance for moral and existential redemption. He apologized because in the past the death penalty was even applied in the Papal States at times.
According to the 2018 Ghana Demographics Profile, 71.2% of Ghanaians are Christians, and the Bible is their standard of measure. It is the reason I have come to the Holy Spirit Cathedral to meet the Metropolitan Archbishop of Accra, Archbishop Gabriel Charles Pamabakel, for some analysis on what the Bible says about capital punishment.
For us as Christians, capital punishment is not the solution to any problem of social malfeasance, miscreancy, and the rest of it. I think that is how I would look at it.
For the Roman Catholic Archbishop, the birth of Christ nullifies the tit-for-tat approach of the Old Testament.
You remember that Cain was supposed to have killed his own brother. In fact, I love what the scripture says about it in Genesis chapter 4. You know, when Cain had killed his brother, scripture tells us the Lord God asked Cain, "Where is your brother?" And Cain said, "I do not know." And then the Lord God says, "Listen, your brother's blood is crying to me from the ground." This is God talking to Cain. So the blood of your brother Abel is crying to me from the ground. And he goes on to say, "Now be cursed and banned from the ground that has opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood at your hands." There is something a lot that is said, but I'll leave it that way. However, then listen to what Cain said. "My punishment is greater than I can bear, Lord. Look, today you drive me from the surface of the earth. I must hide from you and be a restless wanderer on earth. Why? Whoever comes across me will kill me." Cain is the one who is saying it. So you see, the consequence of murder elicits from God banishment from the earth, banishment from society, and a person becomes a wanderer, a fugitive, an isolated person. But listen to what happened. Very well Then Yahweh, the Lord God replied, whoever kills Cain will suffer a sevenfold vengeance. Whoever kills Cain will suffer a sevenfold vengeance. So Yahweh God put a mark on Cain so that no one coming across him would kill him. So if the Lord God protects the murderer, a murderer of his own brother, from being killed by others, I don't think society has a right to kill anybody who has committed murder.
Yes, it is scriptural, yet not everyone will agree to this. A former Interior Minister, Hackman Oswajiman, is one of them.
When somebody has really taken the life of another, sometimes under very unfortunate circumstances, bizarre circumstances, if you like, an armed robber come to your house, kills your son or daughter or your wife or something, kills you, and then you think that he must live. You've killed about 4, 5, 6 and your own life. So for me, personally, I am prepared to make the mistake that maybe 10% maximum of people who are convicted of murder might have been wrongly convicted. I'm prepared to go with that rather than to let them go, because it becomes a deterrent.
But since there has not been any execution for the past 25 years, all those 100 death penalty sentences are kept in that small space meant for about 20 people.
Prisons in Britain, you go there, you love the atmosphere. They got TV, everything nice, good food and all. Even there they cry. And here you put 20 people in a place meant for 150, how can it be right? Simply ridiculous. But I don't blame...
150 people in a place meant for 20?
Yeah, 150 people in a place meant for 20. That's simply ridiculous. How are they going to sleep? A room, you can't accommodate them. But they are there. And we are outside. We talk about it. We talk around it. We do nothing. That's the tragedy of it. And I can assure you the prison officers have been screaming their lungs out, trying to find out what they can do to improve. Nobody listens to them. Because we have priorities.
The special block or the condemned block is overcrowded, and the prison officials put the rate at 650%. Per the United Nations standard minimum rules for the treatment of prisoners. What is happening here is illegal. It states, for example, that where sleeping accommodation is in individual cells or rooms, each prisoner shall occupy by night a cell or room by himself. If for special reasons, such as temporary overcrowding, it becomes necessary for the Central Prison Administration to make an exception to this rule. It is not desirable to have 2 prisoners in a cell or room. Where dormitories are used, they shall be occupied by prisoners carefully selected as being suitable to associate with one another in those conditions. There shall be regular supervision by night in keeping with the nature of the institution. All accommodation provided for the use of prisoners, and in particular, all sleeping accommodation, shall meet all requirements of health, due regard being paid to climatic conditions, and particularly to cubic content of air, minimum floor space, lighting, heating, and ventilation. I have been offered the rare opportunity to access the inner part of the condemned block where their cells are. As I go through the fortified metal gate, the air changes and the odor worsens. Something like a cocktail mixture of urine and body odor. The cells are too small that there's not an inch of space for them to keep any of their belongings. They keep all they have on the corridor in front of their cells. This has blocked the little spaces that provided them ventilation. Originally, each prisoner here was entitled to 1 cell. But because of their numbers, which has resulted in serious congestion, each of these small cubicles host 4 prisoners who sleep on 2 bunk beds. Some have managed to create spaces above their beds where they place their cherished belongings. The only positive thing here is that almost all of the prisoners sleep in mosquito nets.
People are here, sleep here. 4 sleep here.
And this is where we put our
toilet pot and
But the place is not spacious. How do they manage?
It's true. It used to be 1 or 2, but because of congestion, we have to increase it to 4 people per se.
Meaning 2 people were supposed to be sleeping here, but now you have 4 sleeping because of the congestion.
Yes.
I am led to their big cell similar to a dormitory. It is about thrice the size of the small cells. It is equally congested.
So how many people sleep here?
17.
17 people sleep here. Yes. Do you have to share beds or each one on a bed?
Each one on the bed, but some are on the floor. Well, one is on the floor.
But the person sleeps on a mattress?
Yes.
But, sir, don't you have issues with ventilation? Look at how congested the place is.
Off of ventilation is likely to happen. But the point is that too many people are here. Originally, I think it was not meant for this great number that we see.
So originally, how many people should have been here?
Originally, one small cell was supposed to take 1 person. But before the congestion, you have to increase to 4, as I've said. But this was not even meant for cell as such. But as the number kept on increasing, it was converted to cell. That's why we have great number up to 17 as of now.
So, for example, I know the congestion is a problem here. You don't know how to decongest. So imagine more people are having to come here. Where would you put them?
Naturally, I'm sure when it is known to administration and regional commander, he may discuss of the Director General prisons, and maybe some will be sent to other prisons, like maximum security prison, Tamale Central Prison, and other central prisons, provided there's availability of such space for them there. But in case some of these prisons I'm talking about are also congested, then naturally we are supposed to bear the consequences as we have now.
The paints in this cell have all peeled off.
So here we are inside one of the cells, and it appears each of them sleeps in a mosquito net. And ventilation obviously is a problem here. And they don't have spaces around, so it's difficult moving about here.
That's how we used to come.
So let me. So I'm trying to go in between one of the beds. Wow. Then it appears if you are big, you're too fat. You can't be accommodated here.
As I leave the cell to see their washroom, a very sharp, piercing stench greets me. The inmates here kneel to send a passionate appeal to the president to pardon them, as they have regretted and learned their lessons.
So what is he doing?
It's covering the place, the lavatory.
So this where the bath, and the toilet.
Yeah.
So here we are talking about 148 inmates having to share this facility. So as you just heard, this where they wash down their bathroom. And you can imagine the queue early in the morning and maybe in the evening when they have to bath. Do they have issues with water?
Yes. Sometimes when the water is not flowing,